Online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
Regulators, mount up.
Dank Burrito is your ticket to adventure in a tortilla. We combine bold flavors to make new kinds of burritos, tacos, and bowls, like honey truffle buffalo chicken or teriyaki shrimp. Once you're Dank, you'll never want the same boring burrito again. Dank Burrito is also the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, which we all know and love here in G Vegas. 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Come join the Dank Burrito Mafia. Hope to see y'all soon.
Big game season is here, and I'm not just talking about Pirate football. Lindsey Gray here with Carolina Caliber. We're ready to blast the cannons in the stands and the fields. You know what I mean. Get ready with us. Take your pick from the largest selection in Eastern NC. Grab a rifle on a scope, and we'll mount and bore sight it for you. Don't forget Springfield's Gear Up promo. Buy a 2020 Waypoint, get a 2020 Rimfire Target Rifle for free. Stay tuned in weekly as we shoot through fall with the best deals around. Shop online or stop by Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit elitepoolsnc.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
Ases for Autism, a nonprofit, is here to provide opportunities for individuals with autism and their families. A place of hope, joy, and success. Whether it's helping a child make their first sound or preparing a young adult for vocational opportunities, we provide support where it wasn't available before. You can help us support families by supporting Aces for Autism's Team Together campaign. There are many ways to participate, such as buying a brick or sponsoring a room. To learn more about our state-of-the-art facility, visit acestogether.com.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
Today's a new day. This year is a new team, so we got to go out there and prove it.
Since January, we've been crafting this thing for you guys. We know you're going to like it. It's going to be special.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We're not going to shy away from any competition. So be it. Let's go toe-to-toe.
Brace yourself.
The Pirate Nation, there's nobody better. The Pirate Nation comes out and they bleed that purple for us. They instill that pirate pride in this whole eastern part of this state. And they're making the purple and gold the most feared colors on the East Coast.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We appreciate y'all's support. We coming for everything. One last dance.
We're going to put on a show for Pirate Nation.
Pirate Nation, we appreciate y'all. Can't wait to see Dowdy packed out, and just know this year is not going to be like last year. Can't wait to show y'all. Go Pirates.
Pirate fans, it's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pre-Game Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pre-Game Tailgate is on the air.
Good morning. It is never too early to talk Pirate football. Welcome in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate early morning edition, as we will be with you until noon, and ECU and Army kick it off at West Point. The early crew here, Clip Brock, Shirley Rhodes, Jared Watkins, taking you up to kickoff between the Black Knights and the Pirates, the undefeated and ranked Army Black Knights, who have been steamrolling everybody. They haven't trailed the entire season. A huge challenge awaiting East Carolina coming up this afternoon. Coming up the next 4 hours, we'll get you ready for the game here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, as Brian Bailey will join us coming up next segment. We'll get his thoughts on what West Point looks like this time of year, and can the Pirates issue a challenge today to those undefeated Black Knights. We'll also hear what Kevin Monroe had to say about this contest, and maybe a pop-in from former ECU defensive coordinator Greg Hudson. We'll have a lot of pop-ins this morning on the show. Zach Kaplan going to join us from WNCT Channel 9. He'll join us in the Pirate Radio studios coming up in hour number 2. We'll hear from both coordinators of the Pirates, John David Baker and Blake Harrell, plus a couple of player interviews as well. I talked to Parker Moore and Elijah Morris earlier this week. You'll hear those conversations. Former Pirate QB Holton Aayers will join us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line coming up in hour number 2. Hour 3, a couple of Pirate baseballers will be in. Jacob Jenkins-Cowart and Danny Beal. They'll be filling in for Holton Aayers on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. We'll get their pregame thoughts coming up in the 10 o'clock hour on today's pregame show. Also, Jeff Nadeau will join us as well. Nadeau will give us his thoughts on this game and the rest of the Saturday college football card. And in hour number 4, we'll do some check-ins with Patrick Mason live in New York, Chandler Honeycutt in the Big Apple. We'll have our Papa John's Pirate Preview with Brian Bailey, and Brian North will join us on the show as well. Plus, we'll be checking in with you on YouTube throughout today's show. Get the chat game going. We are live on YouTube along with our radio audience and online, pr927fm.com. And we are in a good mood this morning thanks to CD's Grill. I've already taken down 2 sausage dogs. So I am primed and ready to go. If you're looking for a taste of home, make CD's Grill your next stop. Come by for breakfast 6 to 10. They are open on 111 West Fire Tower Road, where every meal feels like a Sunday dinner at CD's Grill. And they are rocking and rolling for breakfast this Saturday morning. All right, we will take a time out, come back, talk to Brian Bailey, and pop the top on the Week 7 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
Do you want to get rid of wrinkles, tighten and lift your skin, smooth your skin texture, erase veins and brown spots, get rid of unwanted hair and under-eye fat pads? Are you interested in Botox or filler? Contact the licensed professionals at Beauty Bar MediSpa for a free consultation and ask about our newest technologies and treatments. Learn more at beautybarmedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Enjoy your visit, love your transformation, and go Pirates.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit Elite ElitePoolsNC.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
Are you ready for football? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
IMAX is here with mind-blowing images and earth-shattering sound. Come experience the first IMAX theater in Eastern North Carolina, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas in Greenville. Crystal clear IMAX laser projection and precision sound come together to provide the ultimate movie experience. And as always, Golden Ticket Cinemas has unlimited popcorn and the best selection of concessions around. Book your tickets at gtcinemas.com and come experience the best in cinematic quality. IMAX, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kids Scene.
Y'all come get bucked up.
G'day, this is Luke Larson, punter for the ECU Pirates, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
I know. I'm ready. Welcome in. Week 7 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Coming off a bye week. Pirates needed it after what happened in Charlotte. And what a test they have in front of them today. The ranked, undefeated Black Knights of Army. And we will make several stops up to West Point on today's show on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line, including right now to kick things off, joining us. He is the host of the Brian Bailey Show, WNCT Sports Director. Brian Bailey joins us. BB, how you doing, sir?
Not too bad. How are you?
Great. How's the weather up there in New York?
It's a little nippy right now. We're in Hasbrook Heights, New Jersey. It's about 50 minutes on the bus to West Point, to Michie Stadium, and the bus leaves approximately 8:45 this morning. So they're going to get over there sometime around 9:45 and get ready to kick it off at noon.
Bailey, it has been a rough couple of weeks getting over that loss to Charlotte, and not just a loss the way they lost that game. So a lot of Pirate fans unsure about the future of this season, the future of this team, which makes today's game very important to go out and put a good effort out on the field. And we have had ECU's offense under the microscope all season long after the struggles last year. And 2 weeks ago, it was really the defense that let a lot of folks down. And the players will tell you that. I talked to Elijah Morris this week. He was very upset with the way his defense played against the 49ers. So that's kind of where I look to start today's game, Bailey. What does this defense look like? They kind of know what's coming against Army. The question is, can you stay disciplined and stop it? And that's the challenge for Blake Harrell's guys.
Yeah, they talk so much about assignment football. They talk about eye discipline. They talk about, some of the guys are just saying, hey, we just got to man up. I mean, they're going to be men out there coming at us, and we've got to be men back at them. And I think that's one of the big deals. If Army gets the football, they haven't had a chance, all year. Every time they get the football early, they drive down and score on the first possession. So we're going to see, what this thing's all about early on in this game. Mike was talking the other day, if they win the toss, they're going to take the football and try, maybe even try to get into some type of shootout. But the offense has got to show up if you're going to have a shootout.
Yeah.
Because they've got to not only score touchdowns, but they've got to hold the football some. I mean, and we talked about that in the Charlotte game. You know, when you go 3 and out in a normal offense, you use a minute or 2 minutes off the clock. Well, you go 3 and out in this fast-paced deal, and that's about 8.3 seconds. And so your defense is, trudging back out there.
So if ECU does win the toss, they will take the ball. How does Army play when they're trailing a game? We don't know the answer to that, Bailey, because they haven't trailed all year. How about that stat?
Yeah, one of only 2 teams. The other one is, what is it, Indiana? The other team?
The Hoosiers, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, they haven't trailed in a game all year, so, that would be new. They score in the first possession every time out. Bryson Daly's just a load at quarterback. I mean, some of these option guys are fast and quick, and really he's not an option guy, I guess you'd say, but he runs that offense, knows what he's doing, and he's a load to bring down. I mean, you got to bring the wood to him when you try to tackle him. He's just a big dude that plays quarterback, and the other issue that you have to worry about is, you get 9, 10 in the box, and all of a sudden you do a little play action, and there's somebody running down the field, and inevitably we've seen that just about every week for Army. I say they lure you to sleep. The defensive coaches say they just keep popping that run, and everybody is thinking run, and then they throw it over the top. So that's another one you have to look out for.
Last week, 3 completions, Bailey, but for over 100 yards. That's what scares me, the big one that they can drop on you. Shirley, do we have ECU Hall of Famer touchdown Tony Collins? Does he have a question for Bailey?
Who's our quarterback?
All right. Who's the quarterback that will be starting today's game, Bailey?
They haven't said officially at all, but, it just looks like that Caton's going to get a shot. Everybody's been talking about it. It's kind of one of those worst-kept secret type deals. Everybody's been talking about it, and I'd be surprised if we see something different.
Yeah, and how do you feel about that move? We've talked about the leash on Jake Garcia, and one of the longest leashes we've ever seen with the way that he was throwing interceptions. Now, when the Pirates were winning, you don't want to make a quarterback change, but they made a move towards the middle of that Charlotte game. It looks like they're going to give Caton Hauser his first start. What do you think of them making the move today?
Well, I just think that you're looking at a situation that you're trying to change some things around, and really, all spring and everything it was a 1A type deal, and I think a lot of us thought a little bit of a change would have come a lot earlier because of the interceptions, but now you put somebody else out there if that's the case, and roll with it and see what happens.
Orthopedics East injury report brought to you by Orthopedics East. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, online at orthoeast.com. The team does not issue an injury report, and Mike Houston, understandably, like every coach, does not talk a lot about injuries, but there's been some talk that Hauser hasn't been 100% all year long, Bailey, and I don't know. Do you know anything about that?
I've heard different things about it, that he's got something going on with a wrist, but it's not anything that's slowing him down. He may have to take care of it in the off season, but it's something that really wasn't a factor as far as anything going into the decision of who to start and who to go with, that kind of thing.
Do you know if Javius Bond, did he make the trip? Is he going to play today?
That I don't know, because when you pile everybody up and get them in these buses and drop them off and everybody heads to the hotel, I haven't heard anything about that. Once we get over to the stadium, we'll see if he's warming up and that kind of thing. But right now, there's no way to really tell.
Let's go to Pirate Radio video producer Jarrett Watkins. Jarrett, do you know if Zakai Barker practiced this week?
He did.
How do you know that?
I asked Mike Houston.
Okay. And he said he was at practice.
He was at practice.
All right. Thank you for asking that question. Bailey, Zakai Barker, I don't think he is the reason we gave up, 55 to Charlotte, but maybe we could have given up 48, but against Army, you want certainly your linebackers and your best ones out there ready to go. That would be a big bonus for ECU today.
Yeah, it really would. And as you said, it really hurt them in the Charlotte game. So I think that's another big key. If you can get that guy running around, because obviously he's got a lot of talent. And those defensive linemen, though, Coach Tesh and company, they're going to have to bring the war to that offensive line. And I'm just looking forward to getting over to Mikey Stadium and, seeing it again and seeing just the pageantry that goes into Army football. And they're so excited here. I mean, they're ranked 23rd in the country, undefeated. But I think there's a certain faction out there. I know their head coach, Jeff Monken, has said publicly a couple of times that this is the best team that they've played. So they really haven't played anybody. But we got to see. If we see real Pirate football, I think it's going to be a great game.
Brian Bailey joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. And Bailey, if it wasn't Army and it was a normal, quote-unquote, team we were facing today, I'd feel really good about, all right, Army goes into the top 25 for the first time. They see a number beside their name. Their head coach is doing all these national shows. Munkin's on Pat McAfee the other day. It's things that a normal team gets distracted by, doesn't have their normal week of practice, their normal week of focus, and they end up losing right away after joining the top 25. We've seen it with UNLV. We saw it with Northern Illinois after their win over Notre Dame. Army's a little bit different because they're laser focused. They are disciplined and all that. So I don't know if it matters as much being that it's Army. But, hey, how many times have we seen it, Bailey, where a team jumps in the top 25, they're feeling good about themselves, they talk about it all week, and then they go out and lay an egg? I mean, it's happened this year. It happens multiple times every year.
Yeah, and I think you were talking with Kevin Monroe, and I heard that interview, which I thought was really, really good. And Kevin Monroe said the same thing when he was playing. He said,
right, it happened to them, yeah.
Yeah, because everybody tells you how good you are and how everything's going great, and that's the hardest thing for an athlete to overcome is just all that praise and everything. So, yeah, I think that's a good point, too, because this Army team and Navy as well, they're not used to being ranked. They're not used to being undefeated this time of year. So that could be another factor in this. If they aren't laser focused, if they do try, I think they've only turned the football over one time, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So I think that's another key you have to look for. The Pirate defense needs to create a turnover or two and get some momentum and stay right in this thing.
Bailey, Ellerby was talking earlier this week that even when I think he was talking about John Thompson era East Carolina football, which JT, I still say should lead the team out today and give the pregame speech. 2-0 against Army during his time here. But even when Army was way, way down, the atmosphere, the pageantry, all that, he puts it up there as maybe the best visiting spot. He mentioned BYU and some others, but maybe the best spot to watch a game because of everything surrounding it. So you kind of mentioned it earlier. You feel the same way? It's just a great place to watch a game?
Oh, it really is. And I remember, I call it the Morris Foreman game, but he had such a great game in that time that I was here with the Pirates. And Mikey Stadium's beautiful. Now, I do hear they're doing some renovations, so I'm not sure how that's going to play into it. The leaves up here, it looks like they're changing some, so it should be really colorful over there. And I think it's going to be it's just a great scene. I'll take some pictures and send them your way as soon as we get over there.
BB, Brian Bailey joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. All right, Bailey, well, what's the travel plan like? Will you be home or available to watch Georgia, Texas tonight? Are y'all getting out of there pretty quick?
That's the plan. I mean, the plan is they hope to be back in town by 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight. So that's the beauty of a noon game. It's only an hour, and I think the flight up here was an hour and 5 minutes. We were delayed yesterday because of all of the air traffic in the Newark, New Jersey area. So that was kind of a downer as far as that goes. But other than that, it's been good. Coach, how you doing? Blake Harrell just walked by.
All right.
He's ready to go. He's looking fancy in his sports jacket and his slacks and
tell him
coffee.
Ready to see him back on the 3-point line here soon for some more jump shots. So
there you go.
All right, BB. Well, we got to go. Just getting word. Amon-Ra St. Brown just scored again. Man, Detroit still putting it on Dallas.
No, that's not fun. I was trying to figure out what game are you talking about.
See you, BB. Thank you, man.
Yeah, all right, take care.
Man, Bailey's gotten nice and soft in his old age. He would have cussed me out 5-6 years ago, but he just let it slide. We got nice Grandpa Bailey. When you become a grandfather, you change. I've seen it with my dad. I've seen it with everybody. You get a little softer, and I think we're getting soft Bailey here, Shirley.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think about it. A lot of people say that grandparents let their grandkids get away with way more than they let their kids get away with stuff.
100%.
Yeah. And it's just, which, even at my age, my nephews always get on my case because they say that I let my godson get away with a lot of stuff that I didn't let my nephews get away with. And I said, well, that's because I'm old and tired. I don't have the energy to fight with you anymore.
I remember my dad telling me stories about my granddad and how, just strict and everything. And I'm like, are you talking about the same dude? This guy?
Yeah, this guy.
He's awesome, man.
The guy that just gave you a butterscotch?
Yeah, he gives me everything. You're crazy. No, BB, we love him, and congratulations to 40 years at WNCT Channel 9 for Brian Bailey. All right, let's get a break in. Bailey referenced great segue, the Kevin Monroe interview. We'll play that from earlier this week, get his thoughts on ECU. And Army, you are tuned in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, brought to you by Bud Light, reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game, drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Jared, what's a good time, if you're not in a working capacity, to crack your first beer for a noon game?
Already 8 o'clock.
Man. I would like to think, even when I was younger, I would try to at least wait till 10 a.m. Because it's a long, man. You got a lot of great games today.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
You start at 8. You're out at 4.
No, you got to
6.
Take it easy.
Pace yourself. You have to pace yourself.
Around 4 o'clock is when you really turn it up.
I was not a good pacer. That's why I was not a Paul George or Reggie Miller.
You were a Lance Stevenson.
I was very erratic.
You were not a distance runner. You were a sprinter.
Correct, which is why I had to, if my friends get going at 8, I would have to chill for another 4 hours. And
well, that first one always takes about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Because, good God. Oh, man.
Good God, man. All right, hope you are enjoying your tailgate wherever you are. We are enjoying it thanks to CD's Grill. Took down 2 sausage dogs, maybe a cheese biscuit too.
I had
I'm not proud of it.
Country ham and cheese biscuit that I destroyed.
I'm still working on this tenderloin biscuit.
You know that's something when Jared is held speechless.
Check out their breakfast: eggs, bacon, sausage, pancakes, delicious cheese biscuits. CD's Grill, 111 West Fire Tower Road, where every meal feels like a Sunday dinner. We'll take a break, come back, have more for you. Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
At Tiebreakers, we pride ourselves on serving
big, juicy wings.
I'm talking
big and juicy.
Our chickens are the same ones that kick sand in the other chickens' faces. If our chickens played football, they'd be linebackers. The competition's chickens, they'd be
skinny little kickers.
Trade those kickers in for linebackers. Join us today for
big, juicy wings.
All season long at Tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers, with 2 locations in Greenville and on Railroad Street in Winterville.
At United Bank, banking means more than financial solutions. It means rallying around the causes that are important to our customers, employees, and communities. While we have grown in size and presence, we have never forgotten our roots. By giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success, because to us, this is home. Go Pirates! Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group. Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements, we're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies, we're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up, we'll bring the climate back under control. So go to call, nublue.com today. Go Pirates.
What's up, Pirate Nation? Kyle Gaines here from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Let me tell you what's going on this month, October, at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We have up to $10,000 off our Ram 2500s. Yes, that's right, up to $10,000 off our Ram 2500s. Also with that, we also have 3.9% financing for 72 months on our Jeep Wagoneers and have an amazing selection. So come check us out at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Did you know that GUC's utility rates are not only low in the region, but also the state? That's right. When you combine the average electric, water, wastewater, and natural gas into one bill, only people in 2 of the 15 largest cities pay less than GUC customers. Only 2. Low rates and high reliability. Working in the best interest of the community rather than shareholders. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
Slow ruins everything, so why not pay less for fast? US Cellular's home internet gives you the speed you need for just $39.99 per month when bundled with a wireless plan with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Get fast 5G home internet made simple. US Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find a store near you. We go beyond the call.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store, serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
They'll never forget the eccentric pirate Bonnet and his savage, insane, vengeful pirate horde. See, he's a pirate, a real proper pirate.
A proper pirate.
That man is a fearsome pirate if I've ever seen one. Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely a pirate.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, we'll come up with the college football slate coming up a little bit later on in the show. Let's run down some high school football scores from last night in the area. New Bern beat Rose 29-7. And it was an absolute shootout at Hollywood Crossroads last night. Jacksonville defeated D.H. Conley 62-43. JP2 defeated Berean Baptist 55-12. It was North Pitt over the Pan-Pac of Washington 34-29. Havelock beat up on South Central 62-14. And it was Ayton Grifton over Southwest Edgecombe 28-20. In Game 5 of the NLCS, the Mets Bats came alive. The Mets doubled up the Dodgers. 12-6 was the final score. LA still leads that series 3-2. The Yankees beat the Guardians 8-6 in Game 4 of the ALCS. The Yankees lead that series 3-1. Gavin Williams got his first postseason start for Cleveland. He went 2 1/3, allowed 3 runs on 3 hits, did not walk anybody, and had 4 strikeouts in the game. And Game 4 of the WNBA Finals came down to the wire. The Lynx beat the Liberty 82-80. The series is now tied at 2 games apiece, and that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entries for ladies all weekend long. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's the Clip Man.
We had an idea on yesterday's show. Jared said we should record the 10 o'clock games and watch them during the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. So I did my classic move of going to bed early. Shout out to me. But waking up at like 11:30, 11:45 and not going to sleep for another few hours. So I did see what happened at the end of the BYU Oklahoma State game, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State scores, BYU. I just saw the 4th and 8 they converted on that last drive for the first time, but I've seen the catch and run for the game-winning touchdown several times. Awesome finish there. Shout out to the boys from the Valley, Fresno State, -2.5, a winner. They win by 3 last night. But a fun Friday night of football. Duke getting the win over Florida State. And looking forward to some good stuff Saturday. We'll run down the schedule for you at some point. But
I do have a question.
Yo.
Is it Sergeant Gamble's?
Yes.
Did he predict or had any kind of betting lines for last night's games? Or is it just for today?
I should remember because I gave him 2 of those. Missouri was one of mine, and Kansas State was my other.
Okay.
That I said, and then Sean said a couple. He had Indiana 6.5, USC 7. So no Friday nighters there. Jack Powers picks are up. JP has Roll Tide against Tennessee tonight. He's got Navy against Charlotte, Texas over Georgia, and he also has USC. A lot of USC love going from left coast to right. And Holton, where are Holton's picks? I haven't seen Holton's picks. We'll talk to Holton on the show, so we'll see what his picks are. Jamie says the Purdue covering did not work out. Purdue, it was 21-0 in the fourth quarter, and Oregon scored 2 touchdowns. Purdue had the ball late and threw an interception in the end zone. And, yeah, Jamie, that was tough. I thought the Boilers could cover 29, 30 points, but they did not. They lose, I believe, an even 35-0. Up and at 'em this morning as I was waiting for the food at CD's. The nice lady said, "Can I get you a cup of coffee while you wait?" I said, "No, thank you." Are y'all coffee people? Like I've never been a fan of coffee.
I like iced coffee. I am not a hot coffee drinker. If you catch me drinking coffee, it's one of 2 reasons. Either it's really cold and I need something to warm me up, or I've had less than 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah, no on the coffee.
Yeah.
Did have a Celsius this morning.
All right, Celsius, great call, J-Bone. You can stay active and energized all day with Celsius by your side. Look for your favorite Celsius flavor at your favorite retailer and at ECU games. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pirate Radio, proudly distributed by the Minges Bottling Group. And when I walk over to UBE to get my daily Diet Mountain Dew, they offer Celsius over there at UBE as well.
Yep, and I am drinking my Diet Mountain Dew as we speak.
That's the breakfast of champions. I, too,
yes, sir,
have a big gulp of diet soda because, folks, if it's diet, you won't get fat.
Big gulp, huh?
Well, see you later.
Isn't that the classic joke? You go to a fast food restaurant, you order like a huge, a combo of like a cheeseburger, some fries, and a Diet Coke.
And I feel like, so the other day I was in the drive-thru, and they rang me up for a regular beverage after I ordered all that disgusting fast food. Mm-hmm. And, of course, fries, Shirley.
Yes. Yeah. I've told you about them fries.
You did. And I said, no, I wanted a diet. And, like, to them, it's like, okay, fatty, that'll help. But there are certain drinks that I prefer the taste of diet more than the full flavor.
Well, the thing is that once you get used to drinking a diet drink, when you go back to the regular version of that drink, it tastes so overly sweet that it's almost like you can't handle it. And hello, who parked there? Because that's right in our face.
You know, Shirley, we should see if we could get like a curtain or something for that window. What do you think? Should we bring that up?
Yeah. Let's bring it up in the staff meeting.
All right, we'll bring that up. That'd be a good
I'll bring
idea.
it up. I can fix that in just a second.
All right, you are the fixer around here. How about we try to fix East Carolina's woes with a win today? And to go about doing that, we're going to have to play some good defense, put some points on the board, do a little bit of everything against the undefeated Army Black Knights. We talked about what we could do to clean some things up with Kevin Monroe earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live. Let's hear my conversation with K-Mo.
Charlotte's so far back now, we'll bring it up, but no need to rehash it play by play. But it feels like a big week. I've heard like players only meeting, potentially going to a new starting quarterback with Caden Hauser. It's kind of like they're throwing a lot at the wall here midway through the season, that putting a lot of eggs in this Army basket. They want to get this one, get back on track after being embarrassed a couple weeks ago. So when you hear things like that, new quarterback, players only meeting, how do you feel about it?
Well, starting with the new quarterback, I would say that, when you come over as a potential starting quarterback from, Michigan State, and, as a transfer, and you hear the quarterback situation that you're going to was pretty bad the year before, you're probably expecting to start. And then, of course, they signed Garcia afterwards. And you're considered 1 and 1A, right? All the way through camp, they said, these guys are interchangeable. We can't really pick one. But then all of a sudden, the guy in front of you is leading the nation in interceptions, and you still haven't gotten a shot. I would imagine that Hauser has been pretty disappointed. I don't know him personally. I'm just speaking out as how I would feel to not have gotten a start or not have gotten a shot to this point. So I think it's only right. It doesn't mean that he's better. We don't know what he can do, but I think it's only right that he gets a chance to run this offense. So I'll start there and say that I'm not surprised. They're giving him the opportunity because, you're 3-3. You're still in good shape in terms of making a bowl, having a run at the conference or whatever. You're not out of it by any means. So while you're still in it, give yourself your best chance to win. And then in terms of, this week and the players only meeting, players only meetings are great. The only thing about them is they usually happen out of desperation, right? They usually happen when things are going so bad that the players have to get together. So I hate that it happened that way, but I think it shows that they're showing accountability for where they stand in this situation. I mean, certainly the defense could be better, and if that means Blake Harrell making different calls, great. Certainly the offense could be better. If that means John David Baker making better calls, fine. And then in totality, it all falls under Coach Houston. So you can throw all of this at the feet of the coaches, but once the play is called, these guys have to produce. They have to make plays on the field. And I don't know if I've seen a whole lot of that. We saw a lot of missed tackles in the Charlotte game. We saw a lot of times where receivers seem to be in the same spot and balls being thrown in between two receivers. So there's definitely some things going on, some missed blocks. There's definitely some things going on the field that the coaches can't do anything about. The players have to fix. So to have that players only meeting, to have some accountability, I think it's a good thing to see. The only thing about this game, though, is that you go to play Army. This is not a rah-rah, go as hard as you can go, take somebody's head off kind of game. You do that, and the dive man just went past you 50 yards out of the first down, or the wide receiver that was pretending like he was blocking is now running down the sideline ready to catch the pass. This is an alignment assignment type game, so you can be all pumped up and say, we're going to go get this game and blah, blah, blah. But if you aren't disciplined, they'll beat you by 50 points. And so hopefully, they're locked in as much mentally as they are physically, because it's going to take that kind of game.
One more thing on the team, the players themselves. After the game a couple Saturdays ago, Holton Aayers said he wanted to hear about some screaming in the locker room, some yelling, some accountability, some what the hell's going on. And, there's a lot of different ways to go about it. But, Kevin, as a former player in that locker room, sometimes did you have those moments or need to have those types of moments?
You know what? The worst loss I was a part of as a player was at Syracuse in the Carrier Dome versus Donovan McNabb. I think we lost 56-0. And it was my first college start. And it was like, holy cow, what just happened? I don't know if there was a bunch of yelling and screaming as much as it was, we got to get better, because that was a much better team than we are. And they beat us in every facet of the game. So I can't say that I've been in a situation where there's just been a bunch of – now, what I have been a part of is finger pointing, right? When the offense is playing really well and the defense is not, or vice versa. I've seen that go on. But for a total team meltdown like Charlotte was, I've not been a part of that, and I can see why, you'd want to see some screaming, but I actually don't know who it'd be from. Like, who is playing so they can scream at anybody? You know what I mean?
Good point. Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see how that turns out.
One more thing on Charlotte, the quitting allegations from the Charlotte players that they saw ECU players quit. I asked Elijah Morris about that this week, and I look at Elijah as a guy that is not going to quit out there. I mean, he's a walk-on turn leader, 4 years later. So I asked him point blank about it, and he said, I'm not going to speak on that, but I will say the film doesn't lie, and we got a lot to clean up. Basically, maybe admitting he saw some things he didn't like without coming out and saying it. So, Kevin, that might be one of the worst things you can say about a team or a player, right? That they're quitting on the field. So that was kind of tough to hear. And hearing Elijah's response, maybe he saw some things he didn't want to see again from ECU.
So let's look at it like this. I doubt there was times. Let's say on defense, I doubt there was times where the play was coming a player's way and he didn't do everything he could to make a play. Now, that's, if it's on my side, we're talking 4 or 5 or 6 hats on that side of the field. Question is, how hard were the people playing on the other side of the field, right? How many guys were running to the football to help make that tackle when they were down by 30 points? And that's where the film doesn't lie. I'm often telling my boys, you are to play until the whistle is blown, regardless of whether the play is on your side or not, regardless of whether the ball's being thrown to you or not. You keep blocking, you find some work, you go do something. Because when a coach turns that film on and he's watching specifically you, he wants to see what number 1 did from the beginning to the end of that play. And so if you're just standing around, that's not the type of player they want. And so I think what I hear Elijah saying is, when you turn them on, you don't see 11 hats sprinting to the football all game long. I doubt that the people that were, involved in the play weren't trying their best. Probably weren't as successful as they'd like to have been in terms of making the actual tackle. But I didn't see anybody just, say, I'm not going to make this tackle. That type of attitude.
Kevin Monroe joining us. Kevin, maybe if it was another team other than Army, this would be more relevant, but feels like it's a recipe for an Army loss. And I'll bring all these examples in. They get a number beside their name, first of all. They're first time top 25 all year. While their coach is on the Pat McAfee show and all these other shows, ECU had a bye week to prepare, another extra week for Army. And in a lot of these cases, we saw it with Northern Illinois and UNLV. We see it each and every year. These teams get ranked for the first time, and immediately, boom, they're gone out of the top 25 after a loss. It's a little different because it is Army. Another thing is they have played a very weak schedule. East Carolina will be the best team they've played this year. I think that's pretty easy to say. So kind of sprinkle all that in. It is a nice little recipe for a Pirate upset this weekend.
I was going to say those few things. One, they haven't played anybody, which, listen, I don't consider East Carolina anybody either because we have not proven that we are a great team by any means. So we could go on that list of nobodies. But they've not played a team that's put much pressure on them. Their defensive stats are a little bit skewed because their offense has been on the field so much. Their defense hadn't had to do a whole lot. They've been out there, they've been successful, but it's not like they've been out there for half the game or anything like that. So I'll just say that, for these 2 reasons, one of the hardest things to take in sports is a pat on the back. For everyone to be telling you how good you are. I mean, I went through it 99. We were 5-0. Everybody telling us how great we were. We're ranked in the country. That's the hardest thing to take because you're like, we just beat Miami and South Carolina and Duke. I'm not worried about Southern Miss, or I'm not worried about Tulane or UAB or whatever. And so that's how your mindset starts to get. The other thing is, Army, you know exactly what they're going to do on offense. They aren't hiding it. They're coming right at you. This is not going to be one of these games where you show up and they're running a completely different offense or they have completely different formations than you saw on film. That's not what they do. It's been on film for 100 years. You know exactly what's coming at you. And so that all goes to their detriment. Now, if East Carolina is prepared, if East Carolina can match them man for man at the line of scrimmage, if East Carolina doesn't fall asleep in the back end when they, go and pop a big pass, then they can be in this game and they can win this game. But they haven't shown us anything recently defensively to let you think that they're going to stop a team that runs the ball really, really well. So it all depends on how the coaching has been this weekend, how they've taken the coaching, because we know that Coach Harrell knows all about the option offense. He's coached at places that have run the triple option. So I expect them to be mentally ready. If they take that out on the field and execute it physically, I think Army's going to see a much better team than they saw on film a week ago.
That was Kevin Monroe from earlier this week with his chat with Clip Brock as Clip makes his way back into the studio. And here's Clip.
Hey, thank you, Shirley.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Kevin Monroe. Again, should we factor in the spotlight thing with Army? I feel like they're so laser focused that might not matter. However, the closer we get to kickoff, the more I love the Pirates plus the number. Vibe check to win the game, I was a 5 yesterday. I'm at about a 5.2. Vibe check to cover the 17-16, I'm at about an 8. What do you think, Jarrett? Am I too optimistic?
Not for the cover.
Army has played nobody.
I know, but it's
nobody.
It's a good spot. I just am not confident in this team.
In this East Carolina team?
Yeah. But, I mean, coming off an embarrassing loss, bye week, big chip on the shoulder.
I think our defense plays well today.
Yeah. It's just, can the offense get going? Can they complete a pass? Not turn the ball over.
Yeah. Those are things we need to do.
If, in fact, Katenhauser is the starting quarterback, does he have enough reps to be able to have some sort of, for lack of a better word, synergy with the receivers? I mean, you got to have some level of trust with your receivers. You got to have a level of anticipation if you're going to throw to a spot that your receiver's going to be there when you throw the ball. Because when Caden came in during that Charlotte game, you could tell he was just not in sync with his receivers. So that's going to be something that you're going to have to watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this should be a game year to year where we could run the football.
Oh, yeah. There's no question about that.
Does Army have, defensive tackles that are going through the league? I would say no.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
No. Run the football.
So you think this would be a good day for Rajay and company?
One would think.
Yeah.
One would hope. Eric has a celebrity sighting. He said, I saw Coach Hood talking to a guy out front of Harris Teeter last night. Thought about saying hello, but I didn't want to get thrown headfirst into a propane exchange cage for interrupting.
See, now, look. See, now this lends credence to my whole thing about being scared of Coach Hud.
Walking up on a HUD conversation feels like one of those backstage WWE things they do, between matches.
Yeah.
Where two guys are talking and somebody walks by and they just throw them into the wall. I could see that happening, Eric. I think you made the right call.
He's a very intimidating man.
Yeah, he is.
See, I told y'all.
We're having a casual conversation the other day. It's like, I should not be talking to a person like this. It's like, he's way too cool for me.
I want to see. I'm going to invite Hud to the Buck one Sunday and get drunk Jarrett running his mouth and see what happens with him and Hud.
I would be completely silent.
I bet he would. He would not. I bet he would back down from you. He'd be like, man, this guy, you got to watch out for this guy.
Video or it didn't happen.
Jared breaks out the switchblade in the fourth quarter after a Aiden O'Connell interception.
God.
What's that guy's name? Neil O'Donnell? Aiden O'Connell?
Don't put that evil on me.
Rosie O'Donnell? Jackson says, Cliff, we are a nobody as it stands. Sad truth.
Cliff?
Wait, what did I call him? Jackson?
Yeah.
I didn't even mean to do that. His name's Jonathan, but he called me the wrong name, so I'm going to stick with it. Brad says, true, Jonathan. Kevin Monroe saying that is humbling. Yeah, Kamo said, Army has played nobody, and we fit that category. Right now, we are nobodies.
Hey, if that's the chip that we need, then, let's be nobodies and come out there and prove that we're not nobodies.
Steve Hill says, Clifford. Should we put nobodies on the back of our jerseys till we win?
You know what? I thought.
No, we shouldn't. That would be very embarrassing.
You think it's embarrassing, but like for me, if I saw that every day on my jersey, that would give me enough fuel to run somebody over.
All right, we put nobodies on the back, and our logo on our helmet is Keith Sweat's face. Nobody.
Okay, all right, that's taking it a little too far.
What? You gotta
I
go
love
all
Keith
in.
Sweat, but we're taking it a tad too far if we're putting Keith Sweat's face, because that's a huge face, dude.
Nobody.
That jawline will take up half the helmet.
Could put Marilyn Manson on there. Just some nobodies trying to be somebody.
Not familiar with that. I know beautiful people.
Yeah, that's the only Marilyn
You
Manson
a Marilyn
song.
Manson guy?
No, Abyss and TNA used to come out to that song. So.
Okay, there you go. It comes back.
I was
back to
wondering where
wrestling.
you were going with that. I was like, Abyss and TNA, what?
It's wrestling.
Okay, wrestling.
Let's see. Steve says, Cliff, what is the weather for today?
Oh, momentarily.
I don't care about the weather. I can't control the weather. Don't want to talk about the weather.
Oh. Sorry, it's early. I'm falling behind on the inside jokes. Somebody named I Have a Glitch. We'll call him Pete. Pete says, take the names off. Skip Holtz would not have names on the back of the jersey unless they went to a bowl game.
Because he said the name on the front is more important than the name on the back.
You can do all these old cliches and all these things that coaches have done for decades and decades, but
The problem is, yeah, and you also have to look at it from a standpoint that these are not the same type of athletes that you are, maybe not so much talent-wise, but from a mentality standpoint, the mentality is very different now than it was, say, even 10 years ago.
And you're not saying this, Shirley, so I'm not saying this to you.
Right.
But the people that, why is ECU struggling? Because these kids these days, they don't work hard. They just care about. Do you think we're playing against grown men every Saturday? No, we're playing against the same age people.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear that as to why ECU sucks right now.
Right.
Because everybody is on the same page when it comes to that. We are not playing 28 to 32-year-old men. Maybe when we play Army, we are, or BYU.
Right.
But week to week, we're playing the same spoiled, entitled brat kids. So don't want to hear that. That's not a factor. The playing field is even.
I just think the mentality is a little bit different. I don't think it's a talent thing.
I think the mentality of everybody is different.
Well, yeah.
I think that 50 years ago, the host of this show would be wearing a suit and tie. He would be smoking a cigarette, ashing it right here in the ashtray. He would have his 3 mistresses right out there as secretaries.
Wow. I was going to say that one of them has to be a secretary.
He'd walk out of the studio after a segment and slap Shirley on the butt and say, "Great job, Toots. Great segment." HR, what's HR?
Home run.
Home run. Aaron Judge hit a home run. Babe Ruth just hit a home run. How about you wear something a little more revealing next week, huh?
Wear something.
Like I said, things have changed, folks.
Here's $100. Buy yourself something nice.
Zach Kaplan is here, ready to go, which is great for me. It's too early to talk a lot, so I'm going to let Zach talk. I'm going to say, Zach, how you doing? I'm going to kick back and relax. Next thing I know, it's time to take a break. Segment's over. Zach has talked 20 minutes straight. We'll get his thoughts. Brad says, fire up a dart on air, Clifford. You don't think I'll do it? You don't think I'll do it? I'll do it right now. You don't think I'll do it?
I was getting ready to say, don't do it.
I ain't gonna
or Zach Kaplan's going to be hosting the entire show.
Zach ain't got nothing to do. Does Penn State play today? Knits are off. He ain't got nothing to do. Bailey's out of town. Oh, Zachy K will join us when we return. Having fun on an early morning edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll be back with you after this.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's new fall weekly lunch specials are here and only for $8.99. Stop by Monday through Friday and enjoy chicken and pastry, spaghetti, meatloaf, hamburger, steak, and everyone's favorite fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and drinks with friends. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
Where do you find the best selection of pre-owned vehicles in Eastern North Carolina? It's DriveHereNow.com. DriveHereNow.com is a combination of 4 dealerships in Eastern North Carolina with a fully stocked inventory of over 200 SUVs, trucks, and cars. If you're looking to upgrade your vehicle or purchase for a new driver in the house, get shopping today at DriveHereNow.com. DriveHereNow.com, supporting the Pirates for over 47 years.
Hi, I'm Walker Allen Volova, and I'm with CopyPro. CopyPro has been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for over 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology. Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total satisfaction is our #1 priority. We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net. CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates.
I'm Caleb Stroud, the founder of Stroud's Marine. I grew up on the water and I've loved boating my entire life. In 2012, I decided to give back to the marine community by creating a way for boaters to order pre-owned salvaged marine parts online. Stroud's Marine was born to offer incredible prices and unparalleled customer service. We stand behind every part we sell, and our mission is to save you money and get you back on the water as quickly as possible. Visit StroudsMarine.com today for more information. Stroud's Marine, your best source for salvage outboard parts.
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an Auto Owners independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with Auto Owners Insurance.
This is Jeff Gibson with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Chris Barsani from Orthopedic Season Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injuries or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedic Seats provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates.
Let me show you what goes on behind the scenes when making a Shaq-a-Roni.
Bust it.
We created Shaq-a-Roni my way, an extra large pizza topped with extra cheese and extra pepperoni. It's a simple recipe. We take everything you love, then we build it bigger. Pizza gets bigger when you Shaq-a-Roni.
Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Need cash fast? National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000 with low payments to meet your budget. We're in the business of getting you the cash you need today. Apply online for a loan at one of our convenient branch offices and get your money as fast as today, and it's easy to get the cash you need. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, this is the first time I can go to ESPN.com, click NCAA football scores, and see ECU's game without having to do additional clicks because their opponent, the Army Black Knights, are ranked number 23 in the country. And we will talk about them and more with Zach Kaplan, our Advanced Moving and Storage opponent preview, brought to you by Advanced Moving and Storage. They are dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small. Whether you're in Greenville, New Bern, Kinston, or surrounding areas, their courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the movers the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage, 252-321-3200. Army 6-0 on the year as we welcome in Zach Kaplan. Hello, Zach.
Hello, Clip.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. And your name is Clip, right? I'm like, everyone's putting Cliff in the comments here.
Clifton.
I guess technically that's still true.
The Big Clipper, the Iron Thumb. Go by many names.
Iron Thumb.
By the way, you look great.
Thank you. I don't look that good, but
I mean, for as good as you could look
at 9 a.m.
Yeah. Like, I feel like you're doing all right.
All right.
I like the Pinehurst hat.
Yeah.
Classy.
My hair just looked like crap this morning. I'm just like, all right, yeah, I gotta wear a hat.
Let's show our hair to the people.
I knew you'd be wearing a hat, so I was like, this is a pretty safe bet.
Here's mine. I mean, I don't think you have enough hair to say it looks like crap. You're just not. Have you ever had?
I don't have long flowing hair like J-Bone. I mean, I don't have that.
If you grew your hair out, would it be froey?
Yes.
Oh man, I've always wanted a fro.
And let me tell you right now, Clip, there's 0% chance I will ever do it.
Have you ever done it in the past?
Oh, I mean, I've gone like 6 weeks. I usually go
6 weeks.
I've gone like 6 weeks without a haircut. Like I try to get one every 4. Otherwise, it looks ridiculous.
I would love to see Frozak.
Oh man, no. All right. No, you don't. No one on TV does.
Back to Army. We should have all got some high and tight cuts for Army, including you hippie, dirty hippie in there, Jarrett. So Army this year has rolled up 42, 37, 42, 49, 44. Their low total this year was 24 in a 24-7 win over FAU. So Jeff Nadeau has taken Army a lot, and I've tailed him. Our buddy John Moody has had Army for his lock of the week a couple times. I've tailed him as well. So I've followed a lot of Army games, and a lot of these games, Zach, are over at halftime.
If you've bet Army, Navy, and Indiana blindly, if you just rolled out of bed and bet them to this point in the college football season, you're having a really good year betting-wise.
No doubt. And, which is why first quarter, first half is huge today because Army has beaten people into submission very early in these games. When we heard Bailey right out of the gate this morning say, Mike Houston said if ECU wins the toss, they're going to take the ball. They're going to try to be the first team this season, as we sit here on October 19th, to lead Army in a football game. Another amazing stat on the UB stat sheet.
It is. You also look at the 6 teams they've played, and there is a grain of salt, in my opinion. You mentioned FAU was that was their low scoring mark of the year. It was also the first FBS game they had. They opened with Lehigh. They haven't played anybody good in the league yet, in my opinion. We obviously will see them get tested as we get into the stretch. They might have to play Navy twice, which I don't think a lot of people thought coming into the year.
No.
But, this is a first, at least step up in class defensively. And I know a lot of ECU fans don't want to think about it that way, but when you look at the defenses they played this year, this is the best. This East Carolina front will be the best they've seen so far.
By the way, breaking news, we're not getting an Army-Navy AAC championship. It's fun to talk about.
Yeah, it's literally just fun to talk about.
We're not getting it.
I don't actually believe it.
No. It's not happening.
No.
Mindless Bird on YouTube. I'm going to call you Joffrey. Joffrey says, is Army good? ECU has the best record they've played this season, so ... Yeah, I'd say they're good, but they're not terrifying.
I think both things can be true, that the record is a little inflated, but they're also one of the better teams in conference and will finish. I mean, they're already 6-0, right? But they will finish top 5 in the conference this year. That feels like a pretty safe thing.
That is the boldest prediction I've ever heard in my life.
I don't know. I mean, but no, they are good.
I'm going to say
and
yes,
the
they're
record is
good.
inflated.
Yeah. Shirley, Johnny Stats is in with a stat that we all need to consider.
The stats to consider.
Johnny Robertson, thank you for all you provide to the show each and every day. Army 6 opponents have a combined record of 4-23 against FBS teams. Yeah, they have shout out to their schedule maker. They did them a lot of favors this year. And again, so they haven't played Air Force nor Navy. So who'd they play non-conference? Lehigh?
And that's it. FAU, Rice, Temple, Tulsa, UAB, all AAC teams.
So they've got, of course, the 2 military games and Notre Dame left in non-conference.
Yeah. And then...
So I say credit the schedule makers. I guess credit Army for joining this awful league and beating up bad teams.
But they're going to play the good teams. They go to North Texas. I know people will debate ECU, but this is,
Well, they avoid Tulane and Memphis.
Yep. Yeah, just like the Pirates do. UTSA was supposed to be good coming into the year.
Yeah.
Now that's obviously out the window a little bit. Navy, obviously, we've talked
and
about.
How good is Memphis? Right? I mean, we saw them against Navy get blown out.
Yeah.
Or I think they made it close to the end, but Navy dominated that game against Memphis. So, hey, credit to Army, though. Yes, they are good. Yes, they are certainly beatable. Jamie says, I could see Zach going bleach blonde. Did you ever do that?
I did not. I did not play on like a soccer team or any of that where, they all bleach their hair for the state tournament. I stopped playing football my senior year so I could start actually calling the games, ironically, which I guess turned out to be okay. And they all went Mohawks at the end of the year.
Wow.
So you could have seen me with the Mohawk.
Well, Frohawk.
Yes. The Frohawk. If I'd been a part of the 2015 Needham Rocket football team. So that picture would have been out on the internet somewhere if I had done that, but I did not. So.
Did you provide play-by-play and color commentary and sideline reporting? I could just see you talking the entire game. Let's send it down to Zach, and then you just run down the stairs.
Let's send it down to Zach. well, Zach, it's crazy. I mean, I'm sitting down here. I'm talking to the quarterback, and he says blah, blah, blah.
So you called the games for your high school?
Back to you. Yeah. So
That's cool.
I did some of the stuff. We had a local cable access station in town.
Oh, nice.
So I did some stuff for them. It's really weird because that was like 10 years. That was like almost 10 years ago now, and it doesn't feel like it's been that long. And living all over the country, but it has been. It's pretty crazy.
Hey man, life's crazy, dude.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, the impressions of my voice have to be on point today because I'm like particularly raspy.
You've been smoking some of my cigarettes? You've got a Marlboro Red voice going this morning. I like it.
I'm like Don Draper in The Office, the theme of the day so far.
How did how Touchdown Friday go last night?
Man, it was hectic. We had some games come in real late. So that was, it's always kind of nervy when that's the case. But I thought overall our team did a really nice job. We had a couple people out. A couple people had to get extra games, and we got it done. And yeah, I'd say overall solid job. We had a game come in. Literally, it was in the second block of our show. I think we got the video in with like 2 or 3 minutes to spare.
Yeah, I enjoyed. I need to do another ride along this year, but I enjoyed seeing how the sausage is made, and you guys are working literally last minute, like on everything, putting everything together. It's really neat.
Still need to take Chon with me on a ride along.
Yeah, you do. Chon.
Come on, Chon.
Chon is riding along in New York. Should we play the video, Shirley, that we put out earlier today? So what's he doing? He's doing like impressions, and then at the end hits the live from New York. Can we? They're
doing one of me.
Can you play that?
It's one of his favorites.
Can you play that video if we can get it? I don't believe he did. I heard some John Gruden. I heard some Gary Hahn. I heard.
Was he just in Times Square doing impressions? Like, what was he?
I think so.
What was he doing?
All right, let's hear it real quick.
Man, it's great to be in New York City, man. The city that never sleeps, man. I tell you what, when I think of New York City, I think of great quarterbacks like Joe Namath, man. I think of Zach Wilson, man. I think of Eli Manning. But it's great to be in the concrete jungle, man. And speaking of jungle, Jim Rome, what are you doing here, man?
Chucky, bro, you're asking me what I'm doing here? It's the jungle. It's where I'm supposed to be. The better question is what is Gary Hahn doing here? Shouldn't he be making some sort of remark and getting in trouble for it?
And amongst all the hateful and rude people in New York City.
That's pretty good. Then he panned to people just walking down the street.
Gary, I knew you were going to say something to get us in trouble. Guys, I got it from here. All right, 8 o'clock, we're going to get you started with the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, 4 hours of pregame coverage right here on Pirate Radio. And then during the game, at PR927 FM on socials, you want to keep up with everything for ECU versus Army. Me and Jenny are boots on the ground here. And then after the game, 317-1250 is the number for the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show. We want to hear your comments on ECU versus Army. All of that on the David Price Construction Countdown to Kickoff. Oh, and by the way, live from New York, it's Pirate Game Day!
A little Saturday Night Live there at the end. Hey, well done, Sean.
All right. That's the way to start game day.
No doubt.
Great job, Sean.
Speaking of Saturday night, I got a text from Mark Alexander because he flew up the day before Sean and Jenny got there, and he said, hey, just so you know, I took a private tour of the Saturday Night Live set at 30 Rock, and he was like, yeah, I got to walk on the stage.
Sick
And
place.
da-da-da-da-da, and I was like, you know how much I love Saturday Night Live. You know how much I quote it on a daily basis. I am so jealous of you right now.
Yeah, one of those New York things to do, I reckon.
Got to go when I was a kid in Studio 8H. It is not as big as you would think.
Zach, which, by the way, I love when Chandler goes Rome. That's one of my favorites. But Zach was country bumpkin shaming Chandler and I.
Why?
First, Chandler, he was like, you've never been to New York? And I was like, I haven't either. And Zach was like, what? No, man, I've never been to New York.
I guess, if you're down here, you have to have a reason to be up there, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like ECU's played in the Pinstripe Bowl or anything,
Hey, easy, man.
I don't see a point in going to New York.
I went once.
Don't worry, the Pinstripe Bowl's played in the worst ballpark in America, so I'm not complimenting it. But
what do you like to do in New York? Talk to everybody.
Oh well, I'll talk to you.
I thought you're not supposed to talk to anybody.
Hey, I walk in here.
Yeah, I was gonna say slap the hood of a taxi, Dustin Hoffman.
That's what I told Chan to do. I said, you need to film yourself walking across the street and getting hit by a cab and going, hey, I'm walking here.
You need to get a cab driver on
yeah, exactly.
in conjunction in cahoots there.
Robert wants an over-under on how many Times Square freaks Chan will get a picture with. Naked Cowboy, Spider-Man, Snake Man, etc.
I think that ship already sailed. We would have heard about that by now, right?
Yeah. Is Naked Cowboy still a thing? That was a Howard Stern thing.
No, he's still a thing, but my question is Naked Cowboy, out when it gets cooler? Because, it gets cold in New York before it gets cold down here.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure he is. I think it is a year-round thing, which is crazy. I feel like so you asked about New York. Growing up, we used to go for Thanksgiving every year.
How far away did you live from New York?
About 3 hours.
Okay.
300 miles-ish. Or no, that doesn't add up. Sorry. 200 miles. 3 hours, but more like 4 with New York traffic.
All right.
And Connecticut is notoriously awful to drive across. Just people do not know how to drive, accidents, you name it.
Yeah, your first time, so you were going 100 miles a minute on the first one?
Yeah, I was like, wait, I did correct it.
No, you did. But I was just doing some math.
I'm like, wait a minute, that math doesn't add up. I've had drives take as long as 5 to get down there.
BP said you got to do the Notorious B.I.G. Brooklyn tour.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to get over there at some point. I feel like I've done everything in Manhattan. I've not gone to the New World Trade Center. That I still have to do. It's probably the only thing.
Let's go! I'm going to call you Tom Brady. Tom Brady says, very much looking forward to the fifth quarter and today's substitutes.
Yeah, how about that?
So we got Danny Beal and Jacob Jenkins-Cowart joining us on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show.
Come on, Sean.
They will be here on the pregame coming up in hour number 2. Zach, you want to hang out another segment?
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll look at some other games coming up. PJ says, Sean, don't buy the beauty care products. Dude, I hope Sean does not go walk around with some loose dollar bills in the wallet. Because
the question is, what knockoff product will he come back from New York with?
Yeah.
Because they sell those knockoff products all over the streets.
I swear I think he had some kind of European carry-all. AKA a van purse.
It's a satchel.
You know what? That's what I would want to do in New York. I would want to see all the Seinfeld spots.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to go to Monk's.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah.
There is a point in going to New York, actually.
Monk's is, yeah, there you go.
Or Famous Ray's or Ray's Pizza.
Is it Original Ray's?
Original
Is it
Ray's.
Original Famous Ray's? I'm at the corner of First and First. How does the same street intersect with itself? It must be at the nexus of the universe.
Or I actually heard on Broadway they just debuted Scarsdale Surprise.
Now, which place was where the Soup Nazi worked?
Oh.
Did they ever name that restaurant?
I don't think so.
I don't recall.
Okay.
But yeah, all those little spots would be cool to see.
Yeah, I went to, I saw an off-Broadway play in the original Studio 54 building. That
cool.
building, they converted into a playhouse, so you can actually watch off-Broadway plays there. And I got to see Cabaret, actually, there.
We were talking the other day. The one thing I could never ever do in New York City is be in Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Yeah,
I could not do that now.
I don't see the appeal there.
I could barely handle Raleigh on New Year's Eve.
Lane asks, what kind of tailgate food are y'all having today? I'm glad you asked, Lane. We are having CD's Grill. If you're looking for a taste of home, make CD's Grill your next stop. 111 West Fire Tower Road. CD's Grill. We had an awesome breakfast, cheese biscuits. I had a sausage dog. Jerry, what'd you have?
The tenderloin egg and cheese biscuit.
Do you recommend?
Yeah, highly recommend.
I'm starving just hearing you guys.
Shirley?
Country ham and cheese, baby.
Zach, go grab a cheese biscuit in the back.
Yeah, we have
and
extra.
have a breakfast.
I'll take you up on that.
There you go. That is what we are enjoying for our tailgate today. How about you folks? What are you dining on this Saturday morning? We'll take a time out, come back, talk more ECU Army, and look at some other action going on across college football. Big one in the SEC, 2 big ones in the SEC.
Doubleheader
tonight. We'll talk about those and more when we return. Hour 2, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
There is road work outside, but plenty of food and fun inside at Fish Street Hardware in downtown Greenville. Park right across the street and make your way in for a great lunch today or drinks with friends. There are over 40 beers on tap and plenty of new specialty cocktails to choose from. Don't forget about Singo on Tuesdays, trivia with DJ Captain Morgan on Wednesdays, local artist live music on Thursdays, and the best Sunday brunch starting at 10:30 a.m. Be sure to follow Fish Street Hardware on Facebook and Instagram for all the 411. Go Pirates!
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry is easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. This month, Doug Henry is giving back for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And with every vehicle purchased, they will donate $100 to Eastern North Carolina Cancer Services. Doug Henry of Greenville, right on the price, right on the corner. Go Pirates!
The
convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Good news, business travelers. PGV and American Airlines has added a new early morning flight available now. Book today at aa.com and be on time for that connection in Charlotte. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American flights perfect for your next trip. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Pirate Towing is now the exclusive towing partner for East Carolina Athletics. Pirate Towing has over 20 years of experience, open 24/7, and they can always assist you. Don't be stranded and wait for hours. Pirate Towing offers all roadside assistance to come give you a tow or jump start on game day or any day. Say Pirate Towing in your phone today and let the stress of car trouble go down. Pirate Towing, 955-4670. That's 955-4670, and also on Facebook. Pirate Towing, the preferred towing partner with ECU and Pirate Nation.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
Hey Pirate Nation, everyone loves a good burrito, but they're always the same basic flavors. Basic is boring. Dank Burrito is not your basic burrito joint. We use global flavors and fresh to death ingredients to make new kinds of burritos, bowls, and tacos you never knew you'd love so much. Dank Burrito is the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Check us out at dankburrito.com or on Facebook. Go Pirates!
From the belt, here's the delivery.
Pirate Radio, the station that always delivers.
Fine, and lapping it up faster than we can deliver.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, welcome back. Let's run down the slate for, first of all, let's go over the scores from last night. There were two top 25 games. We mentioned this earlier in the show. Oregon shut out Purdue 35-0, and BYU survived Oklahoma State 38-35. Games coming up at noon today. It'll be Louisville hosting Miami. Virginia is on the road at Clemson. Indiana will host Nebraska. Auburn is at Missouri. And UConn will be hosting Wake Forest. And then at 12:45, it'll be South Carolina and Oklahoma. And then coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be an AAC matchup as Temple will host Tulsa. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for ladies all weekend long. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Back with you. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate here on a Saturday morn, East Carolina, taking on the Army Black Knights, and this one is on the Deuce, ESPN2. You can watch the action today. Zach Kaplan hanging out. Zach appears ECU may be making a move at quarterback to Caden Hauser. Is that better, worse? Indifferent? Well, what do you think a quarterback change would do for this ECU offense?
I think in a game like this, it's better. I think he is less prone to turnovers, you would think. He doesn't lead the FBS in them anyway. And I just think in a game like this where possessions are minimized and it's so important to not turn the ball over and just try to get points on every drive, he gives you a better chance to do that in this type of game. Now, next week, I think it's fine. I mean, next week I think you could have J-Bone and I in the backfield, and they should be okay against Temple. But in the context of this game, to give the ball away is to they might not have the ball more than 7 times the entire game, so you got to maximize all of them.
Yeah, how many possessions will we get? And you got to score on just about all of them if you want to keep up with Army. However, I'm ready to see this defense on the field today. Like, I believe in Blake Harrell. I believe in our D-line to a certain degree. I think they come back today angry, and you can be as angry as you want. It don't mean you're going to play well, but I think they have the ability to play well, and I think we're going to get a very spirited effort by the defense today.
I do too, and that's the reason I bet ECU at 17 when there was at that number earlier this week, and I feel confident that they've had 13 days to sit with that game now and really think about it, and that just wasn't a true indication of their run defense. And what we've seen, other than second half at Liberty and the Charlotte game, like, they've been really, really good the entire year, and that's been their strength. I do think Army can have some plays in the downfield passing game with Bryson Daly, but when you think about the way that ECU's run defense has been, I'm willing to give Blake Harrell, I'm willing to write off the Charlotte game from that regard as kind of a outlier, whatever you want to call it.
Derek has to coach his son's 12U soccer game at 1:45. It will either be a welcome escape or hang on, I have to check the score. Hopefully the latter. I remember those soccer days.
Let's see, 1:45, probably be about halftime. Little, getting out of halftime into the third quarter. I think it'll be like Army. It'll be like Army, like 14-10.
Okay, there you go. You don't even need to check the score. Robert says, will Army have a receiving touchdown on ECU today? If I had to bet, I would say yes.
Yeah.
Because these the Navy games in the past, they always hit us with one over the top. So if I had to bet on that, I would say yes, they will have a receiving touchdown.
I just ask, please, for the love of all that is good, anything, just put a product on the field better than that Navy game last year. And I know they will. Everyone wants to talk about that Charlotte game last year, but the Navy game, oh my God. It was 10-0, I think, last year. It got unwatchable. It got unwatchable towards the second half. I know the offense, I know everything's completely different, but
I think I'd stopped watching for the entire year at that point. So I didn't watch it at all. That's not true.
You did the fifth quarter blind.
But it was it was disgusting. There was a lot of games that were bad last year, but
this one will be a little different.
Yeah, it will be different. I said the Charlotte game would be different, and I was right on that, but I didn't know how different it would be.
And I said it would be a blowout, but I had the wrong team getting blown out.
So we were right in a number of ways there. 3-3 ECU at 6-0 Army. All right, other noon games coming up. Well, we'll look at top 25 games. Zach commented while watching College Game Day that he likes the Huskers today. You like them to win or to cover or to both?
I think they have a chance. I think they have a chance to win, but really like them to cover. We talked about how Army's 6-0 is a little inflated, shall we say?
Indiana 6-0.
Indiana 6-0 is really inflated.
I don't know. They beat Charlotte 52-14, and we saw how good Charlotte is.
Right.
They beat Maryland, Northwestern, UCLA, Western Illinois, FIU. You are correct. That is not a strong 6-0.
Yeah. I just think Nebraska goes up there. They will probably lose in heartbreaking fashion because it is Nebraska, but that is an inflated 6-0.
Prediction: you will no longer be able to run out that fun stat of these teams haven't trailed all year because Army will trail today and Indiana will trail today.
Okay.
You did not sign off on
Indiana, yes. Can I get there on Army?
Try to get there.
That they will trail at some point in the game.
Come on, try to get there. Early on. First quarter.
Like a 10-7. I'll say ECU's got a right. If I'm going with a 14-10, I'll say we get a.
We're up 10-7 at some point.
We get a Noah Perez field goal, assuming it's still him.
I like the way you enunciate the D in field goal.
Field goal.
I don't know if I do that. I think I say field goal. I do. I definitely don't say the D. What do you say, Jared? Do you say the D?
Say field goal.
Say it again.
Field goal.
Okay, exactly. You don't say the D.
Field goal.
Look at you, all proper.
3-point field goal.
Field to goal. It sounds weird almost. Field goal.
But if I'm reading it in a highlight.
I've never said the D in field goal. ever in my life.
I never even thought about
Me
it.
neither.
I have also never thought about it.
Now you're gonna like fumble on it because you're gonna think
It's
about
gonna
it.
keep me up at night now.
No, for us with the field goal. Pirates led it 10-7 at the second.
Field
Shoot.
goal. The only
Yeah.
way I would pronunciate the D is if I am trying to, like if I got tongue-tied or something like that, or if I'm trying to bring across a point and I need to enunciate that part.
Wait, what'd you say they scored?
Field goal.
The only thing that could
Otherwise-
score today was field goals.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's field goal.
The band is on the field. See, I say field. I'm pretty sure I say field, but field goal. That's okay. All right.
What do you call a patch of grass that a war is played out on? How would you pronounce that? What would you say, battlefield?
I didn't know where you going.
Yeah, no,
I was like, what?
I was tying it together.
I was like, field
getting
turf?
there.
What are
Who
you talking
sings
about?
that song? Battlefield.
Battlefield.
Battlefield. Battlefield.
It was Jordan Sparks.
Maybe. Could be.
Pat Benatar sang "Love Is a Battlefield."
Jordan Sparks, daughter of Felipe Sparks, who played for what professional football team?
The Washington Redskins.
New York Football Giants.
Oh, I didn't know
Fingers close.
that. Learn something new every day, I guess.
Yeah,
We're learning, folks, today.
big learning.
All right.
What else is at noon?
I have an upset, but it feels like it might be too much of a popular upset. How about Louisville knocking off Miami?
I have no. I was like scrolling through the games and I looked for like a good 5 seconds. I was like, 5.5, 60.5. How? That line makes no sense to me.
What should it be?
If Miami's that good, it should be over a touchdown.
You're right.
So maybe to your point,
Is anybody saying they're that good though?
Yeah, I mean, the last two games they had to have some comebacks, miraculous.
Yeah, and the ACC has gifted them some wins, so maybe they aren't. But I'm like, I mean, if you knew nothing about the teams, and the number 6 team in the country was on the road at an unranked team, and you only saw they were 5.5 point favorite, Team A and Team B, like
Louisville's 4-2. Louisville's not bad.
No, but they're not ranked.
I think Louisville has the advantage offensively, defensively, and the amount of prostitutes, which Miami is not out prostituted a lot. I think this week they might be.
And maybe that's a hidden key to the game there, but I just can you out prostitute Miami?
Hey, if somebody can do it, it can be Louisville. All right, I don't know what it sounds like.
In that game?
You.
I have no idea.
All right.
You could tell me anything, I'd say sure.
2-0.
Sure.
How about 3-2?
No field goals?
Just a safety?
What?
No, that one I was intentionally mispronouncing.
Virginia at Clemson. What if I told you Virginia's 4-2? That doesn't sound right, does it? Clemson's been blowing out everybody.
Is that a Tony Bennett win one for the Gifford game?
Yeah. All the football players
just kidding.
are thinking about their basketball coach that just quit on the team.
That's a joke, by the way.
Auburn at Mizzou is at noon.
Auburn is live in that game. You want to talk about upsets?
I've seen that. Why?
There's a lot of people on Auburn.
Why? They're 2-4. They're 0-3.
Look at Mizzou's schedule.
So Auburn has lost 3 in a row. Yeah, I don't know.
Arkansas is the only one they should have had. Oklahoma and Georgia were scheduled losses before the year, in my opinion.
I want to talk about one more game. One of the weirdest line I saw. Well, it might not even be weird, but I want to get your thoughts on it.
Okay.
It is at 12:45. South Carolina, a 1-point favorite in Norman against Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That just really shocked me when I saw the line.
Just does not make a whole lot of sense. Might be some injury news.
Well,
with both
Oklahoma's
teams.
pretty awful offensively, right?
Yeah, it's been bad. Venables can coach a defense, and then they just got blown out at Red River. So how do they get up off the mat from that? South Carolina, they're both coming off like brutal losses. South Carolina nearly had the insane upset at Bama.
Yeah,
had it in the hand, had it in their hands. Oklahoma just getting boat raced by their arch rival. How do you get up off the mat?
Who do you like in the big ones? Alabama at Tennessee at 3:30.
I don't think you can bet Tennessee with the way their offense has looked.
Yeah, Nico.
I do not trust Nico.
Down the hill.
His game, but their high water mark might have been against State. So it's
Now you said it like that. What is that? Country?
Yeah.
Or Chandler? State?
Yeah, State.
That's State.
Touchdown, State.
So
I had to work that in.
Do people in Pennsylvania call Penn State State?
Not as much as here. People just say Penn State.
Okay. So when I growing up as a kid, when I didn't know anything, I thought State was NC State, like worldwide. But obviously it's not. Like,
but if you're here,
but I'm wondering how many other states, like Michigan State, I think is State, right?
Or I feel like a lot of people there are calling it MSU.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of people call it MSU.
Okay.
And
Mississippi State, I'm going to say is State.
I'll say in Montana, where I just lived, they don't call it State. They call it MSU or Montana State.
I wonder how many states called their state college State.
Mississippi State's got to be, because Ole Miss always says beat State.
Yeah. Yep.
And I said Michigan State because I see a lot of apparel that just says State. Like, don't they have basketball uniforms that say State on it?
Yeah.
Yes. And Penn State's fight song is Fight on State. So there are, in the songs there are, but I think people just call it Penn State.
Also, is Pennsylvania, how many other states, how should I word this?
Massachusetts does not have a state.
Is like the state better than the Penn State athletics are better than Penn athletics? How many other states are like that?
How many states are there where state is better than U of?
Correct.
San Diego.
Yeah, I'll give you that one, Jarrett. But that's not a state.
But there's San Diego State and there's San Diego.
Yeah, but I'm looking more for state names.
If you want to get down to it, North Carolina, you'd probably say the Pack are better than UNC.
Nah, I mean I guess
for football
I'm
this
traditionally, yeah. Like Florida State, Florida, no, it's too close. Like Penn State is overwhelmingly Penn State.
Which is funny because when they were founded in the first 50 years of both schools, it was even, and then the Ivy League prioritized academics.
What about Oklahoma and Oklahoma State?
Yeah, that's that.
Ohio State.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
There you go.
Who else? You got University of Washington, Washington State, but the Cougs definitely are inferior.
No, everywhere else you look, Texas, Oklahoma, Washington,
Arizona.
Texas State is brand new down to the FBS down there, but they don't hold a candle in the wind.
Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, like all of them. I think Ohio and Pennsylvania are the only ones.
And San Diego.
I was trying to think if this was a north-south thing or.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a random morning thought I have here. Who do you like tonight?
In the biggin.
Dogs at Horns.
On the betting line, I like the Dogs. I
Me
do.
too.
And if you were able to get 6 earlier this week when it popped for about an hour, good for you. I have my only bet in the game is Georgia first half. Texas historically does not play well after Red River. This has been a thing going on the last few years, and they, for whatever reason, maybe it's different this year. This is probably the best team that Sark has had there. I feel like that's pretty fair to say, but they do not do well after Red River for whatever reason.
Anybody else like how he just says Red River?
Yeah.
And doesn't throw shootout or rivalry in? You just go Red River?
Because everyone knows what it is. I don't know.
No, yeah, you sound like an insider.
It's also tough to say if you say Red River rivalry.
Yeah, if you stop after Red River, you're doing pretty good. Jarrett,
but they don't play well after Red River. So Georgia.
Okay, dude,
we get it.
We got it. Jarrett gave a side eye to a line I think yesterday. He said, "Why is Kentucky favored on the road in the swamp?"
Yeah, and they had bad losses.
Kentucky is one of the weirdest teams in the country. And let's look at their schedule.
Another low total, 42.5 for them. Mark Stoops just they do not play high scoring ball games ever.
31-0 against Southern Miss. I remember I had South Carolina in the game against Kentucky.
I did too.
And that was a very weird. It was 31-6, but neither team could do anything for most of that game.
It was weird.
Then they lose 13-12 to Georgia. They almost beat Georgia at home. They get a win over Ohio. They beat Ole Miss on the road
inexplicably,
and then lose at home to Vanderbilt. which, as we're learning, may not be that bad of a loss now. But still, Kentucky has seen the highest of the highs, the lowest of the lows this year. I guess Florida stinks would be the answer to why they're favored.
And coming off the bye for Kentucky, can't remember if Florida is. This is one of like the only soft spots in the rest of the schedule, if you want to call it that.
For Florida?
Yeah, the rest of their schedule is insane.
Yeah.
Kentucky's not coming off a bye, by the way. They played Vandy last week.
Oh, okay. I read that wrong. I'm sorry. Early in the morning.
Total disrespect to Vandy.
Thank you for catching that.
And Florida's coming off a narrow defeat at Tennessee. But, yeah, the rest of the way,
they had their chances in that game.
There's not a good side in that game. It's just odd.
Yeah.
But look at the rest of the schedule for Florida. It's ridiculous.
Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, and Florida State.
Only easy game left is FSU, and nobody had that being easy before the year.
Brad says North Dakota State greater than North Dakota.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, definitely.
There you go, Brad. You're in. Thank you, man.
And South Dakota as well, the two-time defending national champions in the FCS.
Robert says Iowa State this year. I'm not talking about this year, although.
Are you saying historically or this year?
I'm saying overall. But that one's probably closer than most, maybe.
In Iowa?
Yeah.
UOV definitely has the historical edge there. Because Iowa State was like terrible for a while, and then since Matt Campbell, they've been pretty respectable for about 10 years.
Basketball as well?
Yeah, historically, I think historically it's Iowa. But
do they even play basketball in Iowa? I'm just kidding. Iowa
a little more even. You got angry Fran McCaffrey.
Iowa puts up a lot of points in hoops. They are the antithesis of their football team.
They do.
They score a lot and give up a lot in basketball.
Oh, every game, 83-77.
Yeah. Robert says Army is number 2 nationally in defensive stop rate at 82%. ECU number 56 at 63%. Thank you for that, Robert. That is on our UBE stat sheet. Brought to you by UBE, an ECU tradition for over 50 years. Shop online at the new and improved pirateware.com. UBE has the biggest and best selection of ECU sportswear and accessories for Pirates of all ages. Every day is game day at UBE. Zach, thanks for hanging out, man.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Let's do it again sometime.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we'll say goodbye to Zach Kaplan. We'll take a break. We'll have more for you. See if we can hook up with Holton Aayers on the other side and get his thoughts on ECU Army. This game is one of Holton's best bets. We'll tell you what side he's on when we return after this.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Atavola Market Cafe. Atavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Atavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Atavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Atavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Atavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and AtavolaMarket.com. Atavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Hey there, Eastern North Carolina. Jeff Stein at Brown and Wood. We have the 2024 Encore GX at 0.9 for 36 months. You heard it right, 0.9. We also have the Envision and the Enclave at 0.9. For GMC, we have the 2024 Sierra at 1.9%, the Terrain at 0.9%, and the all-new Hummer EV 849 lease for 24 months. Brown and Wood, 89 years in business in Greenville. 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
Bostic Sugg Furniture's 87th anniversary sale is a pretty big deal, and so are the savings. Shop special anniversary savings on Lazy Boy, Bassett, and Maven. Best, Serta, Helix, Ultra Comfort, lift chairs, and more. Special savings on closeout accessories. Framed art values to $350, now $69. Buy any table lamp, get a matching one free. And in celebration of our founding in 1937, get local delivery for $19.37 during the 87th anniversary sale at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
North Carolina State Parks invites you to enjoy camping your way. With the weather changing, booking your own cabin is the perfect solution for your camping getaway. Reserve campsites or cabins today at Jones Lake, Goose Creek, and Cliffs of the Neuse. Whether you enjoy traditional camping or air-conditioned cabins that can be rented with Wi-Fi, your next adventure can include hiking, beautiful scenery, and sunsets by the campfire. For information on booking a cabin, visit ncparks.gov.
Listen up, Greenville. The Kawasaki Good Times Demo Tours coming to Ron Aayers Motorsports Friday, October 25th and Saturday, October 26th. The Good Times Demo Tour is bringing its semi with over a dozen different demo models for you to test ride. In addition to the factory incentives, every demo rider is eligible for Kawi Cash, which could save you up to $500. To ride, you must be 18 years of age, have proof of a valid motorcycle endorsement, and pass a breathalyzer. Attendees are required to follow all local and state public health and safety regulations. Be sure to bring your riding gear. For full event details, check out RonAayersMotorsports.com.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. Some of us switch partners while square dancing. Well, that's a stretch. But what's not a stretch is how you can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, this is State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer right here in Greenville. We can switch your auto and home insurance so you can start saving today. My team and I are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. With Timothy Sawyer State Farm, it's easy to switch and save. Just give us a call, 493-0002. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for only $9.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $9.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation. Like a cold beer on a hot summer day. Nice. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 84,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Rolling right along on a Saturday morn. Oh, Jordan. How did I forget that one? Penn State greater than Penn. Ohio State greater than Ohio. We left out a big one, boys. Zach still here? Louisiana State greater than Louisiana. Good call, Jordan. That was a big omission. LSU. Of course, they're never called Louisiana State. They are LSU. Of course, Penn State's not called Pennsylvania State. One day we'll figure all this out. But right now we have to go out to the Big Rock Power Sports live line and talk to the host of the Holton Aayers Show, former East Carolina quarterback. One of my co-hosts when he's not at a wedding on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, he is Holton Aayers. Holt, how you doing, sir?
Clipper, what's up, man? I'm doing good. Hope you are.
Doing great. Still a little sore from all of the training and workouts Sergeant Gamble's had us doing the other night. But we're good to go. And I've given you credit, Holton, on the show. You are a fantastic director. I was very impressed with the way you work behind the scenes. So you're a bright guy, man. You wear a lot of hats. If you want to go into directing, I think you might could do that.
Hey, you know what, Clip? We have fun with it. I told Caden. Caden usually comes to me with an idea, and then we kind of just mix and match it a little bit, and I write a little script, and then once we get there, we even mix and match it some more. So I feel like we work good together. He does all the acting. I couldn't do all that.
He is a hell of an actor. He's got great.
You guys too.
Yeah,
you crushed it. Okay.
Very good dramatic chops as well as comedic chops. Very impressed with Caden Norman. So we ran over Caden and Jack's picks earlier on the show. You can check those out at Holton Aayers Show. And we were waiting on yours, and you dropped them 55 minutes ago. And one of them stands out to me, and that would be East Carolina plus 16.5. When I woke up this morning, tweeted, I love ECU plus 17. Holton, why are you on the Pirate side today?
Yeah, man, I feel good about this game. Look, we've had a bye week. I think it's the perfect storm. Look, Army's, all they've heard is how good they are. You know, their coach is going on the McAfee show, doing all these appearances. Everyone's, you know, they're finally ranked again, 6-0, home game. And then ECU loses to Charlotte 2 weeks ago and, you know, gets crushed, and everyone says how bad they suck. Their coach is getting fired. You know, then they have a bye week. I just think it's a perfect storm, man. Look, I said it in my bets video. I've played with a bunch of that D-line. It's going to come down to the trenches, and I've played with that D-line before. I went to battle with those guys, and I know all week last week especially, you know, they got their stuff together. They're going to figure it out, and especially this game. I feel like we're going to go in there and punch them in the mouth and be ready to play early. And then Caden brought in the stats during the show this week, Clip, about, you know, Army hasn't faced a top 100 rush defense all year. And now, look, I'm not saying ECU's a great rush defense, but I know they're a top 100, and I know those guys are going to be ready to play. So I feel good about it. Part of me wants to dabble in the money line. I might do that before the game. But I feel really, really good about 16.5.
Yeah, I'm there as well, especially on the defensive side. I think we see, I believe in Blake Harrell. I believe in those guys that Elijah Morris, Deontay Johnson. I think they have a much, much better showing than they did against Charlotte. Now, how about offensively, Holton? Because Army, you know, if they score more than 21 to 28 points, we're going to have to hold up our end of the bargain and put some points on the board. Can we do that, and will we be doing that with Caden Hauser rather than Jake Garcia today?
Well, yeah, I think that's the big storyline, man, is I think you're making a change at quarterback. And now, look, all offseason, you know, we've talked, you've been very vocal, you know, on Pirate Radio and on the, you know, our podcast about all offseason we heard how good this offense was going to be and all that. Well, all offseason, Hauser was the projected starter. So all those projections that all those coaches were telling us and all those players were telling us were based off of Hauser being the starter, and now he's finally the starter. So let's go see if some of that talk was true. And, you know, I think, you know, we need a boost of energy on offense right now. Look, I mean, Garcia was good at times, but he turned the ball over too much. And, you know, it seems to be Hauser's team now. It seems to be his shot to go shine. And, you know, I think he's going to play really well today and give us a chance to win it in the fourth quarter, which is all you can ask for on a road game.
Holton, kind of a two-parter here. When you played against military academies, which would have been Navy, did y'all talk during the week about how you had to maximize possessions? Maybe did you do anything different against Navy than you would do other teams, the approach, whatever? And do you think John David Baker and this ECU team will change up anything we've seen from a tempo standpoint? Or do you just, hey, we're going to do what we do regardless of who we play? How does it differ when you take on a team like Army?
You know, there's multiple answers to that. First of all, I mean, yes and no to if we talked about it. I mean, you go into it knowing, like, look, they're going to hold the ball. They're not going to, you know, you're not going to have as many possessions. So you do have to maximize that. But there's also, that's just known. A lot of the times you don't even really got to mention that, and maybe mention on like a Monday meeting, you know, when you're just kind of quickly going over, you know, the week ahead, and you might just mention, look, you know, we're not going to have as many possessions. We're going to have to take, you know, probably one, at least, like, sometimes this is an offensive coordinator's mind talking here, Clip, but, like, a lot of the times you have plays going into the script where you're saying, okay, this could be a touchdown play, and you wait for key moments to call that play, whether it's a third down late in the game. I remember Navy 2021 when Daffer hit the game winner. We had a fourth down, a 4th and 1, and I knew on that 4th and 1 when we went for it what play call was coming in before it came in, because all week that was our touchdown play. 4th and short, they gave us cover 0. They gave cover 0 100% all year, so we knew we were going to put Snead on a little quick slant route. That's exactly what we called in. We ended up scoring on it. That was our touchdown play. And I think going into these games, kind of going on a little rant here, but going into these games, you got to have those plays, and you got to call them more often than not. You can't save those plays, where in some games you save them for the right situation. These games, you just got to get them out early, and I think they'll do that today. That's why I feel really good about the plus 16.5.
Craig on YouTube says, I would feel good about it if Charlotte didn't just destroy us. I think what I'm saying is that's kind of why I like the defense to step up today, because how many times in sports do you see a letdown after a big win or a bounce back after a terrible loss? So Holton, you're kind of thinking that way too, that, hey, we got our worst defensive performance out of the way. We're going to see something different today?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think it times up perfect with the bye week, man. Like I like you just said, you rarely see, like, I don't think ECU's that bad of a team. Like, I don't think anyone thinks what we showed versus Charlotte is who we truly are. Now, some people may think we're a, piece of that, but I don't think we're that bad. Now, I just don't see us going up there and laying another goose egg like that again.
Holt, real quick, the big ones tonight, first this afternoon, Tennessee hosting Bama. Who you got?
Golly, man, that's one I'm staying away from in the betting world. But if I had to pick, I'm going to take Bama on this one. I think Jalen Milroe's been in a lot bigger game than Tennessee's freshman quarterback, so I'm taking Bama on that one. And will Georgia have 2 losses before Halloween, or will they give Texas their first loss? How about that one tonight? That's another one, too. I'm going to take Texas. Texas is rolling right now. Sark's got them rolling. I believe, like I said, a veteran quarterback. Now, Georgia's got a veteran quarterback, too, but Quinn Ewers is on another level right now. I'm taking Texas. All right. Both Aylers, Morgan and Holton Aylers, on Texas tonight. Morgan picking the Longhorns yesterday on Pirate Radio Live. Holt, will miss you, but your fill-ins have arrived. So coming up next on the show, Danny Beal and Jacob Jenkins-Cowart, who will be joining us on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, will join us right here on the pregame. Yeah, Cliff, go ahead and warm them up now, because it's going to be a good one. No doubt. Holton, thank you, man. Have a good one. Yes, sir. See you, man. All right, there is Holton Aayers joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports live line. Big Rock Power Sports has everything you need to conquer the outdoors. If you're in the market for an ATV, side-by-side, motorcycle, personal watercraft, or boat, make Big Rock Power Sports Marine your next stop. 5 locations in eastern North Carolina. Big Rock Power Sports. Choose your adventure. When we return, DB and JC join us to talk some football, some baseball, and more. Back with you halfway home on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. More to go after this.
Chicken Salad Chick, we make our food from scratch every day using fresh quality ingredients. We have 12 flavors of chicken salad, plus soups, sides, sandwiches, and desserts. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, we have something for everyone. All of our delicious chicken salads conveniently packaged in take-home containers and multiple sizes for you or the whole family. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. Now open at 112 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Chicken Salad Chick.
There's a special deal at US Cellular where you can get 4 lines for just $90. It's perfect for you, Barbershop Quartet.
That's us.
There's no trade-in needed, and it comes with 4 free phones of your choice.
4 free phones.
US Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
In this new world of having everything delivered to your home or office, why wouldn't you start using Cellular Warehouse for all of your cellular deliveries? Toby Williams and his team are in the business of delivering phones and tablets every day to customers, which enables you to take the hassle out of visiting a store. The best thing about this great service is that it's free. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051. That's 252-799-7051, and let his team make your wireless experience fast and easy. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joe M. Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve. To get started, call me, Talbot Green, 714-2076.
Talbot Green, NMLS 120331. For informational purposes only. Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is equal housing lender. NMLS 208516.
Public notice, discount mattress furniture, Greenville, 1501 Evans Street. Everything must go up to 75% off. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinette, purple swivel chairs, ECU, $99. Desk chairs, $10. Queen mattresses, $199. Sofas, much more. Discount mattress and furniture up to 75% off. 1501 Evans Street in Greenville, and I'll see you there!
Big game season is here, and I'm not just talking about Pirate football. Lindsey Gray here with Carolina Caliber. We're ready to blast the cannons in the stands and the fields. You know what I mean. Get ready with us. Take your pick from the largest selection in Eastern NC. Grab a rifle on a scope, and we'll mount and bore sight it for you. Don't forget Springfield's Gear Up promo. Buy a 2020 Waypoint, get a 2020 Rimfire Target Rifle for free. Stay tuned in weekly as we shoot through fall with the best deals around. Shop online or stop by Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
There's a common misbelief today that to make it further, you need to push yourself, that you need to give up any joy to continue your rigid routine. Or you could try another way. Take some time to enjoy life, like having a Michelob Ultra with friends, because happiness is essential to living an exceptional life. Michelob Ultra, a refreshing and balanced flavor with only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
I'm here with Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Pools. Jamie, what's new?
For starters, we're building our new building out at 5019 Highway 43 South. We've also put together a 10-day pool package.
A 10-day pool package? What does that mean?
Well, people think pools take a long time, but with this package, we break ground and have you swimming in 10 days. Go to CarolinaHardscapesandPools.com or by calling 364-1201. You can stop by our office on Fire Tower Road. We can make your backyard dreams into a reality with landscaping, patios, fireplaces, and outdoor kitchens.
Carolina Hardscapes and Pools.
Enjoy the outdoors.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, the ECU volleyball team swept Temple yesterday inside Minges Coliseum 3-0, and they will play Wichita State coming up Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Games coming up at noon today. It'll be Louisville hosting Miami. Virginia is on the road at Clemson. Indiana will host Nebraska. Auburn is at Missouri. Wake Forest will travel to UConn. And then at 12:45, it'll be South Carolina and Oklahoma. At 2 o'clock, it'll be Temple at Tulsa. Let me rephrase that. Temple will host Tulsa. And then coming up at 3:30 this afternoon, Alabama is on the road at Tennessee. Georgia Tech will host Notre Dame. UAB is at South Florida. And Charlotte is at Navy. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for ladies all weekend long. Don't forget Sunday Fun Day as well, with a weekly jersey giveaway that starts at 5 o'clock. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules. We'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Broad.
All right, back with you. Hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Clip Brock, Shirley Rhodes, Jared Watkins. Thanks to Zach Kaplan for joining us in studio. A couple other in-studio guests now. We've got the baseballers. Danny Beal to my left. Hello, DB.
What's going on, everybody?
Good to see you. And Jacob Jenkins Coward in the helmet, ready to go. What's up, JC?
Nothing much. Just
Hey, ready for some ball.
Welcome back to Pirate Radio. Let's get a life update with you guys before we get into football. DB, you're doing a lot of stuff right now, including here at Pirate Radio. We appreciate your work behind the scenes, but doing a number of things. So catch all the Danny Beal fans up to what you're doing.
As most of you know, living here with Carter and Trey, doing some lessons at Young's. That's been going good. Obviously, doing stuff here with you guys has been a tremendous experience. It's been fun to be able to interact in certainly a different way, kind of behind the scenes, which has been cool to kind of see how it's ran and help you guys out. But no, just still working out, training in the off season, and then be ready to go in January when the time presents itself to see if I can keep playing. But no, everything's good. Everything's good. Obviously, ready to see ready to see the Pirates win today.
All right, and Jacob, catch us up on what you've been up to since being drafted.
I mean, pretty much what you'd expect. A whole lot of nothing since I got home. The off season.
Well, how about the short season?
Okay, so short season.
Yeah, how'd that go for you?
I figured out that baseball is really hard. Sure is. I mean, it is a whole different game. I learned a lot. I didn't perform how I wanted to in my first little 30-game stretch, but I learned a lot. So I'm really excited to get after it this offseason and get going into next year.
Yeah, it is October 19th. So when do you go back to a baseball playing capacity? You got until the new year, right?
Well, technically we have instructs November 3rd to the 23rd in the Dominican Republic.
Oh, nice.
At the complex down there. So that'll be a good time. So that's basically like a little mini training camp, spring training kind of thing, just to make sure the new guys are getting acclimated well. And then I'll probably roll into early spring training, I'm assuming, because I'm a new guy, which will be in January or at the end of January. So
10-4. JC, DB here. Let's talk about your football playing background. So, Danny, tell us about your football career.
I played quarterback for, believe it or not, Garrett Saylor's older brother at Reagan High School for 2 years. 2 years. That's about it.
Did they let you throw it all?
Yeah, I mean, I was slow, so they weren't going to let me run it. But I think
Peyton.
I think it was, literally. I think it was one of those things where they knew that I was playing baseball, and obviously I had known Garrett, so his older brother, who's a quarterback coach and played quarterback in college, kind of came and watched us like play catch, and I think Garrett put a little something in his ear, and he was like, "Why don't you come see what happens, play quarterback?" And I've followed football ever since I was little. I've had the greatest NFL childhood anybody could ask for, so it was one of those things where it's just like, let's just try it out, and it worked for a couple years. So that's pretty much it.
How about you, JC? Did you play football?
I did. When I was 9 years old, I played one season of tackle football. We went 0-8.
Wow.
I was our best player, and I didn't score a touchdown.
And that was it.
Mainly the problem was I really wanted to play with my buddy who was older. Well, he's in the older age group, so I was 9 and these kids are 11. Like, that's a big difference right there.
No doubt.
So I was getting destroyed. I mean, I was getting laid out every game. So I think that kind of drove me away. I also just don't like contact sports. I don't really want to touch people. So, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. I don't like, that's what drove me away from basketball. These dudes are like boxing me out. I'm like, man, I really don't want to do
People
this.
are gross. They're sweaty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want to hurt you when you have the ball. But no, I actually kind of really never even paid attention to football after that until college. And I really got back into college football and all that.
10-4. All right. Let's see. Jamie wants a live "Come on, Sean," just for old time's sake. Can you give us one?
Come on, John. Where's he at?
John is in New York. He is at the game.
Him and Jenny were in Times Square yesterday.
Come on, Sean.
Come on, Sean.
Oh, man. Sounds music to my ears. Michael says he just landed from Abu Dhabi. I've missed this weather, North Carolina, and being at ECU games. Glad to be home for 3 weeks. I appreciate the Pirate Radio family so much. Michael, great to have you. Welcome back to the state. Born Cool. I'm going to call you Brandon. Brandon says ECU can hang with 17 points, can't they? I say they can. Holton Aayers says they can. Zach Kaplan said they could.
One would think.
You guys?
One would think.
One would think. One would think.
You also would think that they could hang with the spread at Charlotte, but neither here nor there.
Hey.
So
sorry.
New day, new week.
Sorry. But yes, that's true.
Apparently, new quarterback.
2 weeks to prepare. It's exciting.
Yeah, and if you guys watch sports, which I know you do, the old bounce back or the letdown happens all the time, every single week in every single sport. Well, I'm feeling a big bounce back.
I'm feeling a big trap game for Army.
Not to mention they just got a number put beside their name.
Exactly.
So Army's comfortable. Yep, they just got ranked. They're comfortable. A little trap game.
Just saying.
It's possible.
If it was any other team, I would be all in on that theory. But, like, it's Army. Like, aren't they disciplined, focused? Like, they are
the armed forces. So,
so that part.
Respect the troops.
I don't know.
How many of them went there just for football?
Johnny Stats has a question for Jacob. How does it work? Can you be a Braves fan after being drafted and signed by the Marlins?
Yes.
Wow.
Now,
okay.
It's funny that you say this because I can't remember if I brought this up to you. It was either on air or off air. So this is like 2 weeks ago. And we're watching football in the apartment, and the Phillies game pops up at the bottom, and I'm like, Trey, did you watch the game, or did you see the score? And he's like, no, who won? And I was like, it's the NLDS. What do you mean you didn't watch? Like, he's been a Phillies, Eagles, Sixers fan his entire life. And he was like, no, I didn't see who won. I'm like, the Phillies lost. What do you mean? He's like, oh, that's crazy. And I'm like, what do you hell on? This is not the same Trey that was watching every single inning, every single pitch in 2022 when they went to the World Series. But he's like, they're not paying me to play. Why would I be a fan of the Phillies anymore? Which is, I'm like, if I got drafted by the Yankees, I'm still a Red Sox fan. Like, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
You probably wouldn't talk about it.
No, but I'm still gonna I'm still gonna root for the Red Sox. Like him being they're not even the same league, nonetheless division. Like I would still root for the Phillies, but that's just me.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't want to get deep here, but
I'm just saying.
I have tried really hard recently to separate my baseball and my life. And outside of the field, outside of technically my job. It sounds crazy to say that.
Yeah.
Very blessed.
Pretty cool.
But that is a whole different JC.
Okay.
So I'm a Braves fan. When I go to the field, I'm all in on the Marlins. Let's win. Let's develop. I hate the Braves when I'm at the field because, division rival, you could say. But I try to really separate my life outside the field.
Which is the right way to do it.
I like that. I guess you never crossed paths with Connor Norby.
Yes, I do.
You did or do?
We work out together this offseason.
Okay, cool. He tore it up when going down there. So that was great to see. If people were asking why JC's wearing a helmet, Cliff Godwin is directly communicating with him in the helmet.
These are the new helmets.
So he's telling him what to say and how to say it.
I don't care about the weather. I can't control the weather. Don't want to talk about the weather.
Only Jacob heard that. So I don't even know what he's reacting to. All right, let's take a break. We'll get into some games. We'll throw out some picks. We'll have some fun. More with JC and DB when we return. Pirate Radio's edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. I caught myself. Back with you after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier restaurant and bourbon authority. Jefferson's, Basil Hayden, Woodford Reserve, and a Midwinter Night's Dram are just a few of the incredible bourbon options. The Rick House features the very best steaks and fresh, made-from-scratch pastas. The Rick House can host your corporate event or special parties in the 3,000-square-foot banquet hall. Join the Rick House for Sunday brunch from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and for the wine tastings on the last Friday of every month. The Rick House.
Pirate football is back, and the only way to dress for game day is to visit UBE or pirateware.com. UBE has all your game day apparel, such as polos, tees, hats, and jerseys. UBE also has all the merchandise to keep your tailgate undefeated. Pirate flags, decals, face tattoos, and more. And for your little pirates, visit our Crow's Nest with Pirate Nation's largest selection of youth apparel. UBE has special hours on Sunday after home games, open from noon till 5. And you can visit pirateware.com anytime. UBE, where every day is game day.
This is Brian Harris with 360 Golf Carts, Pitt County's go-to shop for all things golf carts. We have E-Z-Go, club car, and utility carts to choose from. Whether it's for the beach, riding around the neighborhood, or working in the yard, 360 Golf Carts has the perfect ride for you. If you have issues with your current cart, take it by my shop for an expert's diagnosis. From parts to sales to service, we have you covered. We will even deliver right to you. So come see me, Brian Harris, on Highway 43, just past D.H. Conley High School. 360 Golf Carts, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with Harris Real Estate Group, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Rhonda from Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington. Fall weather is coming and we're ready for some Pirate football. Russell's has a long history of dressing Pirate fans, both men and women. For the men, we offer both logoed and non-logoed from Peter Millar, Johnny O, and Smathers and Branson. Our ladies love Tyler Bowe, Emily McCarthy, and Never a Wallflower for game day. Join us in wishing the Pirates a healthy and successful season. And remember, for all your game day needs, shop Russell's in downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Need cash fast? National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000 with low payments to meet your budget. We're in the business of getting you the cash you need today. Apply online for a loan at one of our convenient branch offices and get your money as fast as today. It's easy. Get the cash you need. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com.
Pirate Radio.
Mr. Gibbs, Captain, you may throw my hat if you like. Aye, aye, Captain. Hooray! I go and get it.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Pirate Radio is excited to announce that Inky Johnson will be the 2025 Leadership Luncheon Speaker on Monday, March 17th. Inky is one of the most highly sought-after speakers in the world. Some of his clients include Chick-fil-A, State Farm, AT&T, the University of Alabama, the University of Texas, New York Knicks, New England Patriots, Baltimore Ravens, and the Atlanta Braves. For sponsorship information, please contact Mark Alexander at 252-327-2173, or you can email Mark at mark@pirateradio1250.com. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Barat.
All right, back with you, hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll go over some games with Jeff Nadeau coming up a little bit later on this hour. Still got to check in with John up in New York. We'll get our Papa John's Pirate Preview with Brian Bailey. We'll see if we can fit Patrick Mason in somewhere. Busy show this 4 hours. Brian North will join us. And got to hear from the coordinators as well. Here with Danny Beal and Jacob Jenkins-Cowart. They will be on the 5th quarter coming up. JC is a former 5th quarter caller. We heard from him a few weeks ago. What game was that after, Jacob?
App State. Or was it? Yeah, it was App State.
Yeah. So you will be fielding calls today. Are you guys prepared for what's going to transpire here in a few hours?
Does it matter?
I just hope the positive calls. That's all I'm hoping for.
Hoping for a win and positive calls.
That'd be fun. It's fun when we win. It's fun when people are excited about the team. It's not fun to hear what it was against Charlotte when Holton and Caden are just sitting here like this, having to hear people go, "It's just terrible. What are we doing?" And it's just like, it's not fun for anyone.
It's not fun, but it's reality. at that point.
It is
Sure is.
So we
somebody's got to do it.
Obviously are hoping for a victory today, but either way, it'll be myself, Caden Norman, Jacob Jenkins-Cowart, and Danny Beal. You guys weren't embarrassed too much as baseball players as far as getting blown out. And if you were, you got to jump back to it the very next day and go again. So I guess I could somewhat compare it to losing 3 to Bryant out of the gate. Were both of y'all part of those?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that probably wasn't a fun, although it wasn't a week of practice because you got back out there on Tuesday after. So, like, baseball is different in that regard. But when you get humbled like that, what is it like as an athlete?
I mean, I've been a part of. There were times, even when I was a freshman, where Gavin, I remember vividly, we were at Wichita State. Gavin went out and threw practically a no-hitter. He went like 8 shutout with 1 hit, and then the next game we got run-rolled. So it's in the same day it was a doubleheader. So it's like it's one of those things where you just kind of got to flush it. And I think it is easier now. And from talking and hearing Holton, I think the bye week is huge in terms of getting your feet back under you, having some meetings, being able to see the defense of the team you're about to face and the offense for scout and stuff like that. But I just think it's one of those things where I think if they're in the right mindset going forward, instead of like okay, we're about to go in here, we're on the road, we're going to get our doors blown off. Like that's not. I don't think that's the attitude they have. But if you have a good attitude in terms of you go up there and you're like, all right, we got a shot today. Like, this is going to be our game. This is our get back. Like, this is how we get back on track. I think it's perfect.
Holton's hypothesis was the opposite of that, Danny, going into the Charlotte game. He felt like they went out there expecting to win, thinking they were going to win. You know what that feels like, Jacob, when you maybe don't take your opponent seriously?
Oh, yeah. Big time. I remember we lost in 2022. We lost the first game of conference play at Cincinnati, who I've never lost to again, by the way, in my 3-year career. We beat him like 15 times, but we lost that first game, and it was like, man, we're bad. We were 14-13 at that point, and it's like a wake-up call, man.
Yeah. So the Pirates definitely awake today, facing a ranked Army team. I want to run over a couple other games, guys. Let's talk about the big ones. What are y'all thinking about Bama, Tennessee?
It's terrifying. I'm like, if you're a bettor, I would stay away from it. But I think that these two offenses stink. But it's a big game in Rocky Top, so the teams are going to show up. But it's one of those things where it's like both have been so incredibly inconsistent. Like there were times earlier this year where Nico was like the Heisman front runner.
Yeah,
it's like
I had a future on him that I've burned to the ground.
But it's like at the same time, it's like, all right, Milroe, they beat Georgia, and then they go and lose to Vandy, and it's like it's riding the roller coaster. So I don't know. It's going to be a good game because it's obviously the environment's incredible. It's 7 versus 11, so. I don't know. I would if I was to have to pick, gun to my head, I'd probably take Alabama, but time will tell.
What worries me is in that South Carolina game, if Alabama needed a play, they say, all right, Milroe, you take the ball and just run behind your offensive line. They go like high school style. Jalen Milroe is like the best player on the field athlete-wise, but I don't know how long that's going to hold up. Will it hold up against the defense like Tennessee? I don't know. Jacob, when I told you I was thinking Georgia, in Georgia, Texas, you looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah.
You like the Horns?
Yeah, I do. I just think it's a buzzsaw. I mean, the environment, the money, you can't really like compete with that. Like I saw a clip, and I don't want to take anybody's copyrights here, but I saw this guy talking about it. He's like, you can't compete with Texas athletics funding. They're going to be good for a long time now that they're good, because with the world the way it is with NIL, they can pay everybody and their mom whatever they want. Like, I don't see them losing today or anytime soon.
And Saban said it on the show this morning. Like, I personally think Sark is one of like the top 3, probably top 2 coaches in the country. But he's had 4 or 5 years to recruit and build. He's got his own offense. Like, the entire coaching staff is his. And now that he actually has built it from the ground up, I mean, they're gonna, like you just said, they're gonna be good for a long time.
Little new sheriff in town.
I feel like they are going to get their one loss just like Georgia and Bama and all these other teams have at some point. I mean, are they really that head and shoulders above? We'll find out. I mean, they are running through the SEC gauntlet for the first time. So
I just feel bad for Georgia. I mean, their schedule's insane.
Unbelievable.
It's at Alabama, at Texas, at Ole Miss. They have Tennessee. It's just like I couldn't picture a harder schedule than that. I mean, yes, road games in the SEC are tough, but road games against good teams in the SEC are even harder, and it's just like they can't catch a break with that schedule, but you play who you play.
All right, well, undefeated Oregon stayed undefeated with the win last night. You think Texas will stay undefeated? Which one of these undefeateds loses today? Miami at Louisville or Indiana at home against Nebraska? Or both? Or neither?
I think Louisville's going to win.
I do too.
I think Indiana's going to win, but it's going to be really, really close. It's not going to be a high-scoring game. This is the first defense that Indiana's faced this year that's worth anything. So,
do either of those undefeateds lose, Miami or Indiana, today?
I think Miami's going down. I think they're a little too comfortable. That's a big thing for me is trap games. Like it's a real thing.
It's true. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Alabama runs through Georgia. Well, they didn't run through them. It was a good game. But anyways, and then you go to Vandy and lose? Like, it's just you get comfortable. It's human nature. I sound like Cliff Godwin, but it is what it is.
In a trap game, Stanford Steve's talking about it right now. Arkansas, I think, is going to beat LSU by like a touchdown.
We've been on that one too. Because they're coming off a big win.
Trap.
Yeah,
they should not have won that game last week.
So Miami has a bad opponent next week, but that opponent is their rival, Florida State, at which they're always going to get up for. So you want to talk about a trap opportunity at Louisville today? Would be that scenario. Let's see, Danny. Patriots are in London, right? Are you going to wake up to watch your crappy team play?
Yeah. I saw a TikTok yesterday, and it was talking about this dude, how, like, he hates his team. It was the Jets, so it's a perfect example. But he's like, he hates his team, but he has no, like, not rooting for them and, like, living a better sports life is not an option. Like, he has to watch. I mean, you experienced it.
Yeah.
I'm experiencing it now. It's like, you don't have a choice. Like, you have to watch.
So Jarrett's Raiders just traded Devontae Adams to those Jets, and he was asking yesterday, like, how do you, if a team is tanking, how does he get behind them every week, get drunk at the buck, root for his team when they're trying to lose?
I mean, I did it last year. You just got to pray for a good draft pick. Literally, I mean, that is the only thing that you're praying for is a good player in the draft next year.
And like,
it's so hard to watch.
The losses don't hurt as much.
No,
but I just don't understand the fans that are like, let's lose these games for a good draft pick.
Yeah, that's tough.
What gets really hard, and is what I struggle with, is later in the year when you don't feel bad after they lose. Like, you're like, oh, you're like content. And it's like eating me alive. And I'm like, why am I not like pissed off that they lost?
I told Tony yesterday, it's like week 16, 17, 18. Like, yeah, I'll be hoping for a good draft pick, but there's still
October.
12 weeks.
Yeah, that's a long season.
I am guilty of it. There was one game last year, they were playing the Giants in MetLife. And if there was this field goal kicker needs to be put in like high school ball. He missed a field goal to like take the lead against the Giants, and we lost. And he missed it as the time expired. But that kick got us the third pick. And I'm like, afterwards, I'm like, this is great. Like we lost, we should have won, but I'm like, cool, we get number 3 pick now. It's like, it just feels guilty.
Steve said, "Calm down, Stash."
Not this again.
I think this is a good segue and way to close it out, where you're saying it's bad when you don't care if you lose. Well, we're going to experience that on the 5th quarter, win or lose. Pirate fans care, and they are passionate.
Which is a good thing.
Which is, you'd rather have it that way than the nobody's calling. So we'll get some calls. And looking forward to Danny Beal and Jacob Jenkins Cowart, being a part of that. Where are y'all watching the game?
I am going to, I don't know, probably on my phone for a little bit. I'm going golfing with my girlfriend and her family, and then probably come back here with JC and watch the game with you guys.
I heard from a source that your girlfriend kicks your ass in golf, and you would be that source.
Yeah, no, she's way better.
Danny told me.
I mean, she's not. Let's call it straight face. She's not good, which proves how bad I am. But she's not bad.
All right.
I am the source, yes.
JC, looking forward to talking to you after the game, man. Good to have you back around these parts.
Yeah, it was a fun drive in this morning. I'm really, really psyched to be here.
All right, good deal. We'll talk to you after the game. You going to go helmet all day? I mean, you don't have to wear that. Like,
I'm committed now.
Pod committed.
I'm not wearing it during the post game.
All right, fair enough. We will take a break. Come back when we return. Jeff Nadeau will join us. We'll see what he thinks about ECU Army and the other action going on this college football Saturday. More to go. Pirate Radio's edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Good grief. After this.
Greenville's hometown pizzeria is Cucinella's. Cucinella's has 2 locations with great options for lunch, dinner, takeout, and they now offer catering. Dine in for lunch with a slice, salad, and a drink with a friend, or stop by after work and grab a beer or glass of wine while you wait for your to-go order. The best pizza, grinders, salads, and homemade Italian ice is at Cucinella's. Cucinella's Midtown across from Best Buy, downtown across from Sup Dogs, and on Facebook and Instagram. Cucinella's, serving handcrafted pizza since 1932. Come taste the difference.
And we interrupt you with breaking news live from the Pepsi Wild Cherry aisle. Carol, can you hear us?
Steve, I've never seen anything like this. The bold, refreshing, and bursting with cherry deliciousness of Pepsi Wild Cherry is, well, let's just say everyone is getting wild.
Getting wild?
That's right, Steve. There's dancing, binge-watching, and is that a slip and slide? They're really putting the wild in Pepsi Wild Cherry. And this on-the-scene reporter can't wait to pop, lock, and drop it.
Pepsi Wild Cherry. Go ahead. Get wild.
There have been many changes in the automotive world. At Phelps Chevrolet, the Phelps boys are here to take care of you. Mike, Daryl, and 4 of Mr. Phelps' grandsons, Wade, West, Allen, and Clay. You see, things at Phelps remain the same. The Phelps team has served Eastern North Carolina for over 50 years. We make your visit easy and fun. We are your neighbors, and that's what neighbors do. Phelps Chevrolet in Greenville. Like Mr. Phelps' great-granddaughter says, come in and get you one.
Find new roads with Chevrolet at PhelpsChevrolet.com.
This is Captain Bo Brooks of Power Water Outfitters. When you're catching fish on the Pamlico, come to our place and pick up your Smithy cast ironware that'll sear your fish to perfection. We also have men's outdoor clothing, marshwear, Grundens, Duck Camp, and AFCO. We carry Bahia sunglasses and have all different selections of those. We are a fully functional fly shop where you can chase fish on the fly. We are Pirate Water Outfitters, 108 North Market Street, downtown Washington, North Carolina. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Go Pirates.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
There's more to fall than just pirate football. It's also a great time to list your home for sale with ENC Pirate Realty Allen Tate. Why should you list your house for sale in the fall? Greenville business is booming. Greenville is growing fast, and new businesses are setting up shop all around the area. That means new employees and managers relocating to the community, and they need quality homes now.
Visit our website, encpiraterealty.com, to connect with our experienced team of agents.
Go Pirates!
Are you tired of the same old fast food routine? Shake things up for lunch and dinner at Clean Eats Cafe. We've cracked the code to make healthy dining tasty and affordable. Whether it's a power lunch or a family dinner, we've got you covered. Sit down in our cafe for a brainstorming session or catch up with friends. Even stop in after a workout for protein smoothies or a protein iced coffee. Our atmosphere is welcoming and our food is fresh. All for about the same price as fast food. It's time to ditch the drive-thru and feast on flavor at Clean Eats Cafe, Red Banks Road in Arlington Village.
Ahoy, Pirate Nation. This is Pirate Steve. You're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, ECU Volleyball swept Temple at Midgey's Coliseum yesterday, 3-0. They will play Wichita State Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Also, ECU Soccer will be hosting UAB Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock for their senior Sunday. 2 college football games from last night. Number 2, Oregon defeated Purdue 35-0. And 13th-ranked BYU survived Oklahoma State by a final of 38-35. The Mets beat the Dodgers 12-6 in Game 5 of the NLCS. LA leads that series 3-2, and the Yankees beat the Guardians 8-6 in Game 4. The Yankees lead that series 3-1. Gavin Williams went 2 1/3, allowed 3 runs on 3 hits, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Brought to you by The Bucket is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for ladies all weekend long. And, of course, don't forget Sunday Fun Day, where you have the largest 4K screen in Greenville along with 18 TVs, so you don't miss any of the games. And they do a weekly jersey giveaway beginning at 5 o'clock. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules. We'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, back with you, Hour 3, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Surely Jeff Nadeau should be calling us any second now, so we will get him on. And I'll see if Patrick Mason, there's Nadeau, can join us in about 15 minutes. Trying to multitask here. We got Nadeau on the Big Rock Power Sports live line. He joins us to get you ready for this Saturday slate of games. Nadeau, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you, Cliff?
Doing good. Nadeau got the fresh cut, ready for a football weekend. Did take Duke last night, Jeff. I don't know if that was one of your official plays, but when I asked you about the Friday night slate, you said Devils and hit the double with Duke and under as Florida State continues to just look pitiful. And I guess if Mike Norvell's not already gone, he will be gone at the end of this season, right?
You would think. And then it's going to be the big question of who's there next. I mean, that's a big program. But, yeah, they're lost, Clip. They're a tough team to watch, offensively. And that's the mark of a bad team. Penalties, screwing up situations, dropping touchdowns, all those sort of things. It's the mark of a bad football team.
My theory is Dion isn't long for Colorado. His sons leave. If Travis Hunter, he leaves, does Dion stick around there, keep trying to build it, or does he go to the pros? Does he go back to TV? Does he stay in college football? Does he go to his alma mater? I mean, do you see a potential Dion in Tallahassee at some point?
I think that would be the most likely possibility, right? I mean, you make kind of the right point that, his sons are going to be gone. They'll be in the NFL. I had two options. I think he either goes to the Dallas Cowboys or Florida State.
Yeah. Both could have openings the way it looks right now. So.
Yeah, that's right. I think the only concern if you're Dion is, your health. I know he doesn't have the best health as far as some things, but yeah, I think he'll be definitely wanted.
All right, Nadeau, East Carolina taking on Army today. The Pirates laid a giant egg last time out 2 weeks ago against Charlotte. For some reason, I feel like I believe in Blake Harrell. I believe in the defense to a certain degree. I think they have a much better showing against Army. I know Army has steamrolled everybody. I am not impressed with the teams they have played, but they've rolled over all those teams. I think ECU keeps it close today. You're probably gun shy about doing anything involving ECU, and I know you've had Army a lot this year because I've tailed you on it and won quite a bit. So are you betting this game? If not, if you had to, who would you put your money on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm betting the game. I mean, I bet Army, at virtually every game this season. I know them intimately well. I'm very in with these military schools. I would say I think if they are going to not cover, it's probably today. And I think just because, as you alluded to, when you play the triple option, there's several things that you look for and hope for. Is that you get a bye week before it, which ECU got. But it's not just being good against the run, right? You have to be good in spacing and gap discipline, like being in the right spots. Army has they're not exactly just a triple option. They can throw the football, which I think they'll probably do today. Bryson Daly is very good. They also, Clip, they're not just rolling down the field. These are big run plays. They're big with these 50, 60-yard runs. I think they have 10 running plays above 30 yards. So it would probably be today, but I also have no interest in stepping in front of with Army. So I played it. It's kind of an auto bet. It's not a huge play, though.
Nadeau, what undefeated team is in the most trouble in the 12 o'clock hour? Miami at Louisville or Indiana at home against Nebraska? Which one is most likely to go down today?
Can I say neither?
Sure.
I would say neither. Both of these teams I really like. Miami obviously has the best passing attack in the country. Louisville can make it interesting for a while, but I don't know that you're getting a real good number on Louisville. You basically need them to be right in the game, and it's a field goal game. Miami's just kind of living on the edge, so I guess that's worth a look. But do I think Miami loses? No, because I think they have that kind of Washington luck, that TCU luck the last couple of years. I think if you're more likely to see a loss, to be Miami, but no, I'm big on Indiana. The whole world's on Nebraska. I think this team is very well coached. I also look at early line movement clip. This line opened 4. It was immediately bet up to 7 and then came back to 6.5 and it's been bouncing back all week. So I think Nebraska, I think Raiola struggles on the road here. He was really bad against Rutgers. This is another really good defense. I like the Hoosiers as well.
Another one that stands out to me for 2 reasons. A, the records. UCLA's 1-5. Rutgers is 4-2. B, this Big Ten traveling 2+ time zones thing is real. I mean, there's a big enough sample size now to say if you're traveling to a road team in the Big Ten and you're going multiple time zones, you're likely going to lose the game. Rutgers only a 4-point favorite in this, Jeff, which makes me very nervous to take Rutgers. What do you think about that matchup at noon?
I think the problem here is, and to be honest, Cliff, this total, I don't know if you can set it low enough. I would look under at any number, really. 42 is actually a decent price. I don't know how these teams move the ball. I think the issue you have with Rutgers is, can they score points? I mean, it's always a problem. I'm just not a big fan of their quarterback. He used to be at the Minnesota. Now he's at Rutgers, and he still has struggled to move the ball. UCLA, for what it's worth, they do play pretty hard on the defensive end. But, yeah, you mentioned it. Going west-east, it's just been a terrible bet. I think it's happened 12 times. Only 2 teams have covered.
Yeah.
One of them was last with Oregon. So, yeah, I could see this game, 17-10. I would lean Rutgers just because UCLA can't score, but I like the under 42.5.
Real quick, another line that kind of jumped out at me, just Oklahoma being a home dog to South Carolina. And I admit I haven't watched a lot of Oklahoma football this year, but that line, it really stood out to me. Is that warranted, Jeff, South Carolina being a favorite at Oklahoma?
Yeah, I think Oklahoma just kind of are what they are, Clip. I think they'll be in a lot of close games with teams that are kind of mid to bad, and they'll get beat against good teams. Their quarterback play is just not good. I don't know where to go with it. I don't like South Carolina's quarterback play either. To me, I would put it as a toss-up, so I think it's probably about close to be where it should.
Jarrett, our producer, kind of gave a side eye, and we've discussed this. I don't really know what the spread should be or who should be favored, but he was kind of surprised at Kentucky being a road favorite after losing to Vanderbilt last week. But if they're not the favorite, that means Florida has to be the favorite. Is that like a classic stay away, or do you have an edge in that one tonight?
I think the edge is likely the fact that Florida's obviously at home. All right. They also have, to me, I think Lagway might be the better option. Graham Mertz is up and down. He's out now. Kentucky seem to always do it every year where they'll play a good team close or almost win, and then they'll struggle against teams like this. Florida's been better defensively recently as well. They shut down UCF and some other teams. So I think Florida's kind of trending upward. It's Lagway's team now. I think he could give them some excitement. So I lean Florida there, but Kentucky's really good on defense. So to me, another toss-up.
Let's talk about some games you like, Jeff. On Thursday when you joined us, you said North Texas, they are getting 11.5 to Memphis. I think you highlighted the North Texas team total. Is that what you like in this game tonight in Memphis?
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand this number, Cliff. I don't get it. I think we're still just kind of assuming that Memphis is this like freight train. And Cliff, I mean, you got to look into who they've played. I mean, I don't like to use that argument, but I'm really just looking at quarterbacks they've played. Who's the best quarterback Memphis has played? DJU? Seriously, look at their schedule and tell me. I mean, Navy, I guess it would be hit that quarterback, Blake Horvath, but they don't throw the ball. Like, this team has played no offense we're talking about. To me, this is a shootout. I think it's like first to 40 wins. I'll gladly take 11.5. I think North Texas gets into the 30s. That's a really good offense. Another game that I like in this conference, I'm going to do it, Clip. I'm going to play the over in Tulane-Rice. I think it's just a little too low at 53. You know, Rice haven't exactly been tested from a quarterback standpoint, Clip. They've played UTSA, Charlotte, Army, Houston, and Texas Southern. And Sam Houston. Haven't played a good quarterback yet. And the two quarterbacks that are decent, in Army's quarterback at Sam Houston, they dropped to 34 and 37. Tulane is off a bye. They're off of a game they put up 71 in. They've been murdering teams. Rice has actually looked a bit better offensively recently with E.J. Warner at the helm. I think he kind of has to throw in this game. 53 struck me a bit low here.
Man, things for Tulane. They are kind of closing out that game against Kansas State from being in the discussion for the playoff, because they are 4-2, as you said. Man, since losing back-to-back to K-State and Oklahoma, they've put up 41, 45, and then 71, and they're going to win today, likely against Rice. So if they could have won one of those big non-conference games, Jeff, we're talking about them with Boise State right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, when it comes to teams that are kind of off the beaten path, you're 100% right. You know, it's a shame that they weren't able to get that win. But they'll be there. It depends on who loses. I'll tell you, this BYU team, Clip, really good. That was an impressive win last night. You know, kind of were knocked out, dragged out, didn't play well defensively, found a way to win. You got Boise playing well. They're on a collision course next week with UNLV. Hopefully UNLV gets the job done tonight, and that's a big game. You know, Army's playing really well. Maybe you can shock the world today, Clip, and beat the Cadets up in Muncie Stadium.
Jeff, while we got you here, anything you're looking at as far as Sunday? I'm terrified, A, because I'm just a beaten down Washington fan, but B, our pass defense, our defense as a whole can give up points. So I don't think it's a given. Washington, a huge favorite, 9.5 against Carolina. Your Birds taking on a team they've dominated. You went over that on Thursday against the New York Giants coming up. Any NFL action you're going to jump on Sunday?
Yeah, a couple of games I already played. I did take the Giants. I took 3.5 with them. Just don't have any belief that the Eagles can cover a number. Could they win? They probably will, but it'll be close. They have not won a game by more than 10 points, Clip, since week 7 of last year, over a year. They're just not really well coached. I don't know how they'll deal with Mailata out on the offensive line. That's a really good defensive line. I think the Giants can keep that game close at home in Saquon's homecoming. Another game that I also played, I like the over in Houston, Green Bay, 47.5. Houston's got Joe Mixon back healthy. Their offense with him in the lineup has just been unbelievable, quite honestly. Green Bay is healthy with Jordan Love. They've got some injuries in the secondary. I think both those teams can move on a fast track in Lambeau. It's still not real cold there yet. That seemed a little low to me. I also am thinking about Cincinnati. Cleveland is just flat out bad. That said, they kept it close against the Eagles, but it was really kind of a 10-point game the whole way. I think Cincinnati gets back on track. Their offense is getting going here, and Joe Burrow's looking good. I think they finally kind of let their hair down and beat the in-state rival and take out Cleveland.
All right, good stuff. Enjoy talking football with you each and every week. Next week, the boys from Philly will be here playing homecoming. It'll be Temple in East Carolina. We'll catch up with you then. Real quick, Jeff, Craig asking, when is the last time ECU beat a ranked opponent? I believe you have to go back 10 years to 2014 when Shane Carden and the Pirates took down Virginia Tech in Blacksburg 28-21. So it's been
I remember that game well. Shout out Justin Hardy.
Yeah, I had a good offense back then, and man, hopefully.
I love that team, man.
Yeah. They were fun to bet on, especially overs back then. Jeff, thanks for joining us, man, and we'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Clip.
All right, there is Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports live line. We will stay on that live line and go from Pennsylvania to New York, potentially New Jersey. Patrick Mason, where are you joining us from right now?
New York.
All right. West Point?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I'm up here in the press box now.
How's the facilities?
I mean, it's a little tiny. There's not, and half the thing's under construction.
Yeah.
But pretty cool view, honestly. You got like the Hudson River. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, just right across from where I'm looking. So, and all the leaves are changing colors. So, if you're into scenery, this is the spot.
All right, Patrick. How about the Pirates trying to bounce back after an embarrassing loss to Charlotte? How do you feel about the team and all the talk is one thing. Now you getting a feel from this team, being around them this week and being up there?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to some people up here, and I was saying, I don't know if this is what this is founded on, but I just kind of have a pretty good feeling about what ECU is going to do today. I don't even know if that really means a win, but I think that bye week came at a perfect time, right when, they really just got tore up by Charlotte. And I feel like that week came at a good time, that off week. And, yeah, I just kind of feel like, they're going to be playing angry. They've heard for 2 whole weeks about how bad they are, and everyone's, got an opinion on who should do what. And I think they're going to, that sucks to live with that. So I feel like they're going to come ready to rock.
How about offensively, Patrick? If the move is made to Caden Hauser, how does that help this offense? What do they look like today as opposed to a Jake Garcia-led team?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the big hope, honestly, is just ball security. And, yeah, maybe you can kind of unlock some more things with Caden Hauser. It sounds like he's probably going to go. So it'll kind of be his shot. I think he played a couple games this year, but, really he was just kind of thrust into some various situations that weren't really his. So now this is kind of his time to be able to write his story a little bit and kind of start his time here off. So I'm really looking forward to it, but also I think what I'm going to be watching is just, how if this offense stays on time and kind of moves those chains, because that's the key this week, right? Hang on to the ball, don't turn it over, and just kind of keep it moving.
Do you think we see the same pace and tempo, Patrick? Does John David Baker maybe slow it down, help his defense out a little bit, or does he say, hey, this is what we do, we're going to go fast, and we'll see what happens?
Yeah, I think you have to go fast. I think you just got to stick with what you are. I mean, this is, second half of the season, you spent the whole first 6 games going super fast, and I think you can find some tweaks in there and find some moments to take a breath and slow down. You don't have to snap it every time with 20 seconds on the play clock, but I do think they're going to, get up that line like usual and move fast, and we'll just see how, Hauser can operate this thing.
Patrick, I always ask you, how many points does the winning team need to have today? First one to blank wins. What kind of game are you expecting?
I feel like this is a game where we could see a ton of points, but for some reason, I'm just kind of thinking, like, if you get over that, 24, 28 mark, I think you'll be good. I think that, especially ECU's defense, I know they got a tall task, but I think they're going to really be playing with a chip on their shoulder. And, obviously Army is, pretty talented, but they too are probably facing their toughest test. So I'm going to say about, mid-20s.
All right. And your Hawkeyes are road favorites tonight on the road at Michigan State. Iowa, another total in the 30s, 39.5, upper 30s. How you feeling about the 4-2 Hawkeyes tonight?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, and I'm pretty pumped that I get to watch them. And it's like a 7:30 game, so I'm excited for that, and I think they're going to win. I'm really confident. I think they've been playing pretty well this whole season, honestly, besides that Ohio State game. So, yeah, I'm thrilled. I think they're going to go 5-2.
I like Iowa tonight as well. Will you be watching that somewhere in New York? Are you hanging out there tonight?
Yep, yeah, I am. So I got to find a nice little watering hole to post up at.
Good deal. All right. Did you see Chon? Did y'all hang out last night?
No, I didn't see him last night, but I think we're going to try to make it happen tonight.
Make it happen. All right. Sounds good. That sounds promising. I wish you two luck. Patrick, thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy the game. We'll check out your work on the page of the Daily Reflector, online reflector.com, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yep. Have a good one, man. Happy game day.
Thank you, sir. All right. There is P. Mace. Shirley, let's keep this segment going. We are rocking and rolling. Let's do a little Papa John's Pirate preview to wrap up the hour. Are you prepared to go with that? Somewhere. Somewhere. That's what I like to hear. Should we do it after the break?
No, give me 2 seconds.
All right. Yeah, we'll give Shirley a moment. For those watching ESPN, you're seeing Vince Young in a cowboy hat, so that's something. What a great college player. Never really panned out for the Titans.
If he had a different head coach, probably would have went better.
Fisher?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Jared Goff looked terrible.
True. All right, fair enough. Shirley's got it. Bailey's ready. Here is our Papa John's Pirate Preview.
Army about to win its 10th game in a row dating back to last year. The nation's longest win streak will continue. A demolition of UAB in American Conference play. In the books from Mikey, 44-10.
It's East Carolina and Army in a noon kickoff today from Mikey Stadium. The Pirates are a 15-point underdog to a team that they are 8-0 against all time. So why is Army such a big favorite? Well, the Black Knights have it rolling. They are one of two teams nationally that have yet to trail in a game this season. Army has scored a touchdown on every first possession this year. They average over 369 yards per game on the ground. Conversely, East Carolina gave up 311 yards on the ground at Charlotte 2 weeks ago. Pirate defensive coordinator Blake Harrell looks for a much better effort this time out from his defense.
You got to own it. You got to be a man about it. You got to move forward on it. You got to go back and review it, check it out, see what we didn't do well, what we did well, and move forward with it. You know, there's a lot of little stuff, you know, of, hey, a guy would lose leverage here, or a guy's trying to make a play here, or a guy's trying to do more than his job. You know, it goes back to just doing your job.
Running and receiving. He's in motion. Daly running again. Bryson Daly, touchdown! He's done it again! He's got 3!
Bryson Daly is the catalyst of this Army offense, and he's a big problem today for Mike Houston's Pirates.
No doubt. He is very impressive, and they're just doing a great job. They're a complete team, but, you know, everything on that offense revolves around him. They're an outstanding offensive line, very, very good fullback, but it is his show, and he does a great job running it.
Defensive tackle Elijah Morris is part of that Pirate defense that will try to stop Bryson Daly and that Black Knights offense in this one.
Prepare for a team like Army or any other academy school. It starts mental side, because you got to do your job. They're going to beat you down up front, and they're going to want to be physical with you. So you match their physicality, but at the same time, you have to be disciplined enough to understand what your job is and do your job. That's the biggest thing, because it's easy to get caught up in what Army does, that, you know, you try to do too much and you forget your assignment.
The Pirates are just 3-3 on the season. Still, East Carolina has the attention of Army coach Jeff Monken.
We've got a lot of experience, and it's going to take a tremendous effort on our part to prepare, both offensively and defensively, as well as on special teams, to beat this really talented ECU team.
It's the Pirates and the Black Knights on the Hudson from Mikey Stadium today in a noon kickoff. For the Papa John's Pirate Preview, I'm Brian Bailey.
Thank you, BB. Papa John's Pirate Preview. Pirate fans, Papa John's is the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com. Sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll check in with Sean. We got to hear from the coordinators. Brian North will join us. We've got all that and more coming your way. Hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this. Do you ever talk to yourself about where to eat today, and then you hear
Warren's hot dogs?
Then you're thinking, yeah, 2 hot dogs, chips, and a drink for $7.50 would be awesome.
Warren's hot dogs.
And maybe some homemade lemonade, perhaps a pizza or a sub, and definitely an apple or peach turnover.
Warren's hot dogs.
Don't overthink where to eat today. Go to Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville across from Ron Ayers, or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Warren's Hot Dogs, serving the Pirate Nation since 1991. Go Pirates!
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too.
This is proud ECU graduate and former baseball player Brandon Manning. Give me a call today, and let's talk about your insurance coverage and about the Pirates. Call 531-1812 and go Pirates.
The Holistic Company in downtown Greenville is a family-owned and operated business offering hemp-derived products such as tinctures, topicals, raw flour, skincare products, and more. They even have a drink menu including infused mocktails and frozen lemonade with a variety of flavors to choose from. At the Holistic Company, they pride themselves in offering true education about the hemp plant and its abundant benefits. So stop by 501 Evans Street, just a few doors down from Pirate Radio, to get informed and try the array of products today.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group. Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements? We're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies? We're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up? We'll bring the climate back under control. So go to callnublue.com today. Go Pirates.
Slow ruins everything, so why not pay less for fast? U.S. Cellular's home internet gives you the speed you need for just $39.99 per month when bundled with a wireless plan with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Get fast 5G home internet made simple. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find a store near you. We go beyond the call.
It's bow time. It's not just football season. It's tailgate season, and that includes every kind of football, whether it's got goalkeepers or goalposts. The kick is good! Because it doesn't matter where or how you tailgate. When you've got crispy chicken and fluffy buttermilk biscuits from Bojangles, your tailgate is better than great. It's legendary. Head to Bojangles and order your tailgate box with boldly seasoned chicken, fixins, biscuits, and legendary iced tea today. It's bow time. It's bow time. Some classics never go out of style, like fresh egg, American cheese, and hickory smoked bacon on a made-from-scratch biscuit. But why stop there? Pair it with crispy bow rounds and a hot coffee or medium drink. Your morning deserves a breakfast that has it all, from the fluffy egg and crispy bacon to the melted cheese and, of course, a legendary Bojangles biscuit. That's the ultimate breakfast combo. Order in the app or at Bojangles. It's bow time.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. Congratulations to former Pirate Radio fifth quarter co-host and current Princeton coach, Jason Nichols, as Princeton defeated Brown yesterday to get their second win of the season by a final of 29-17. Princeton now 2-3 on the season in the Ivy League. Games coming up at noon. Miami is at Louisville. Clemson will host Virginia. Nebraska is at Indiana. Missouri hosts Auburn. Wake Forest is at UConn. South Carolina and Oklahoma will kick off at 12:45. Temple will host Tulsa at 2. Coming up at 3:30 this afternoon, UTSA will host Florida Atlantic. California will host NC State. Michigan is at Illinois. Rice is at Tulane, and South Florida will host UAB. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for ladies all weekend long. Follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip Brock.
Sean and I will be watching Panthers Commanders at The Buck coming up on Sunday. Looking forward to that. Jared will be there. What uniform you wearing tomorrow, Jared?
I might just go this hoodie again.
That's when you know you're...
Yeah. At least I'm still repping the Raiders.
Your passion is running out.
What?
Okay,
I didn't realize he was wearing a Raiders hoodie. I'd never noticed.
Yep, we'll be there Sunday, fun day, jersey giveaway at The Buck. All right, Shirley, let's go inside the United Bank Coaches Corner. United Bank, safe, sound, secure since 1893. Now more than ever, trust is the foundation of any successful relationship. With local bankers you know and trust, it's no wonder businesses and individuals throughout North Carolina continue to choose United Bank. Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC. Let's hear what John David Baker had to say this week.
Coach, just the bye week, when you look back at the first 6 games, what do you like about where your offense is? What do you want to see them continue to grow up?
I think the biggest thing is, starting to have the ability to create some explosives. I think that was the most positive thing probably out of the first 6 games. I think the things that were just, glaring things that we have to fix and have to do a better job of is sustaining drives. That means cleaning up our third downs, whether it's mental errors, making sure we're always on the same page with what we're doing, things like that, and just finishing drives, never settling for field goals and doing a great job in the red zone, executing, understanding what we're trying to get accomplished. Those are the biggest things, but also is just looking at, okay, when the ball's in certain people's hands, what are they doing with it? Are we getting it in the right people's hands enough, and making sure we've got enough ways to do that?
How would you evaluate the way you guys have done as far as time between plays and just the speed you want to operate with, where you want to be?
Right. No, I think we've done a great job playing with the tempo that we're trying to. I think we can be better at and use some different things that we do that are part of the offense to probably play a little bit more complementary football, slow things down at times, gain an advantage that way. Probably people probably don't realize this. Nowadays people find it harder when you huddle at times because you don't show the formation. A lot of defense coordinators, they try and wait as long as they can, see the formation before they make a call. And so there's some things like that I think we can mix in, especially at the end of the games or just different situations. But as far as the pace of play, I think we do a great job of that. Our guys do a great job with ball mechanics and playing how we want to play.
Coach, since games started until this week, there's kind of always been, Jake would start. This week, there's the uncertainty there. How does that kind of, even though everyone prepares to play, how does that change the way you guys practice, looking your buy on this week?
Yeah, no, it's always going to come down to who we think gives us the best chance to win the game. And, last game we made a switch and felt like it was just the right time. Felt like it was a time to give Caden a chance. They both have great practices the last 2 weeks. I know that gets redundant to say, but they have. And I'm not going to sit up here and lie. And so they've both done a great job. And at the end of the day, like I said, it'll come down to whoever's going to take care of the football, who's going to execute at a high level and give us a chance to win.
Obviously, with the way that they hold on to the football, you have fans saying, can't go too fast. You have most of the media saying you can't go too fast when you have the football. How do you tone all that out and let the defense be the defense and the offense be the offense?
Yeah, I think if you look at just their first 5 or 6 games that they've played, I think that is the best thing they do is they get people out of their rhythm and what they want to do. And you see it on tape, like games are tight early on, and they just kind of sit there and wait for other people to get out of the rhythm and try and do something they're not accustomed to, and I think it throws them off. And so I think there's a healthy balance. We got to go play our game, and we got to be who we are. We've got to stay aggressive. We got to take shots. We got to play with tempo. But at the same time, you got to understand who you're playing. And like I said earlier, we got to play complementary football. And so if that means us changing some things up and, huddling at times, whatever it takes to win the game, we're going to do. And so But that is a common theme. You look at the UAB game, you look at the Tulsa game, it's tight early, and they just kind of sit there and wait for you to make a mistake. And if we can avoid those and play complementary football, I think we'll have a great chance to win the game.
Army hasn't trailed all year. How important is it to go out there and set the tone early?
No question. You want to try and go put them in a situation that they haven't been in, or they're not accustomed to, because that's the thing. They've been and had so much success is because they've gotten to dictate how they want each one of these games to go. They want to get a lead, and they want to sit on the ball and sit on the clock. And so we got to do a great job of trying to, we get the ball early, go score early. And, I know Blake and those guys, they've prepared their tails off. They're going to do a great job defensively. We got to make sure we go do our part. And when we get opportunities to go score and put those guys in situations they don't want to be in, we got to go try and take advantage of it and do it.
Kind of a unique role for the team this year to be this significant of an underdog going into the game. How do you feel like your unit has kind of channeled that mentality going into this week?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's it's a challenge, but it's an opportunity, and our guys are excited about it. It's I don't know how many people on our staff have been up there and played up there. It's a cool place to play. I think it's one of the most underrated venues in college football. We had a chance to go up there probably 7 or 8 years ago. It's a great place to play. They got a great football team, great fan base. So it's a challenge, but it's an opportunity for us to go play a great football team in a cool venue, and try and go, prove what we really think we are. And I don't feel like we've done that yet, and I think we got a chance to go do it this weekend.
Given the results of Charlotte, anybody who saw it coming, how have the offensive leadership kind of responded since that time?
Yeah, that's the thing I've been most proud of is I think just from a standpoint of, us as coaches, we know it, and those players know it's unacceptable. Like to go put that on tape is unacceptable. And obviously it starts from the top down, but our players have taken ownership in the things that, they did that caused some of those things. We took ownership as coaches, showed things on tape like, hey, I got to do a better job of putting you guys in a better situation to have success. Hey, but when the play's there, gosh dang, you guys got to make the play. There's accountability from both sides and from all standpoints. And so I've been really proud of how our guys have just responded, because it was just, you learn from it, and then they just put their head down, they went back to work. And that's the thing about, not only our unit, but our team. That's what they do, and they've continued to do that. I'm just really excited for them to go out and get another opportunity this weekend.
How do you think, Caden did kind of being thrown into a tough situation?
Yeah, it was kind of a weird part in the game, getting thrown in there at a 2-minute drive, as he kind of got his feet wet. But the reason for that being was, I didn't want him to come out in the second half and, kind of start there. I want him to go ahead and get a flow of the game. But I thought he did good. Once he got in there and got settled, I thought he made good decisions. He took care of the ball. He had an unfortunate turnover there on the screen. But I thought he made good decisions. And I thought as the game went on, he got more and more comfortable. And he's, like I said, he's had a great week of practice. So I'm really pleased with where he's at, how he played the other day.
And what do you see out of Army's defense, schematically, everything?
The thing about them that's going to jump out to you is just how they play, the effort they play with. They run to the football. They are sound in what they do. They got guys in the right spots. You're not gonna trick them or catch them out of position. They're going to be where they're supposed to be and when they're supposed to be there. They play with great physicality. They play with great pad level, and it is a huge challenge because they're going to make it hard on you for you to run the ball. They're going to make it hard on you to find passing lanes. That's what I think they do such a great job of is mixing up their looks. They're going to give our guys a ton of different looks, and we got to be able to try and go execute with what we see. But it's a really, really deep unit that plays really well together.
There is East Carolina offensive coordinator John David Baker inside the United Bank Coaches Corner. Let's stay inside the Coaches Corner, Shirley, and hear from Blake Harrell, ECU defensive coordinator, as his defense trying to get off the mat after what transpired in Charlotte.
Coach, just the Charlotte game, looking back at it, what do you think went wrong? How the guys responded?
Yeah, that's you got to own it. You got to be a man about it. You got to move forward on it. You got to go back and review it, check it out, see what we didn't do well, what we did do well, and move forward with it. There's a lot of little stuff. Of a guy would lose leverage here, or a guy's trying to make a play here, or a guy's trying to do more than his job. It goes back to just doing your job. Be my 1/11th of the defense. And if I do my job, I keep leverage on the football, the alley guy can now do his job and pursue inside out. But if I lose my leverage because I'm trying to make a play, now the ball bounces on the whole defense and we give up a big run. And that's really what it comes down to. And, once one of those mistakes happen, somebody else thinks they have to make a play or lose a little confidence in what they're doing, slows them down a little bit, and just kind of domino effect there. And definitely an embarrassing day for us all. Definitely something that we've slept with a lot over the last 2 weeks. Just remind us of urgency and intent and purpose and how we attack practice each and every day, and kind of lit a fire under our guys and coaches as well. So, got to get it fixed, got to move on about it. Each and every week's a new opponent, new opportunity. We needed that bye week to kind of, for two reasons, kind of fresh, rest up, and get our legs back under us, for one, and two, you're facing a new offense in Army. Who's an option offense and gives you time to prepare for those guys, kind of a little bit different than every opponent you've had up until this point. So that was good, and then we got to take, what mistakes we made all season into this game. We'll have to get a fix in the bye week and then get prepared in preparation for Army.
The way the Charlotte guys kind of mentioned post-game, just that, felt like they were making your guys give up. I mean, how have they really taken that to heart over the bye week?
Yeah. I think anytime you're on that side of it, especially as a player, you probably feel that way. I'm not sure I saw that exactly what they said on film, but at the same time, we didn't play it up to our standard to play the way we have defensively since I've been here, and our guys are really upset about it, really pissed off about it, as we should be. As coaches, as we should be. And that's something that we got to take each and every day to figure out how we're going to get that fixed and make sure we're making a point of it. It's in the back of our minds. Obviously our focus is on Army, but it's always in the back of our minds and making sure that never happens again and we get it corrected.
The last few years leading into Navy, you guys have spent a period or two every Sunday kind of preparing for them. Did you guys do that this year due to the bye week and the extra preparation?
Yeah, so we knew, in the past years, we'd always preseason camp, prepare for Navy, prepare for the option. And then every Sunday night, kind of leading up to Navy, we prepare for them as well. This year, we knew we had the bye week and 2 weeks to get ready for Army, so we did not do that during those Sunday nights. Just kind of went with that opponent of the week. But this year, we had Army for 2 weeks of preparation. We did prepare in preseason camp for both Army and Navy, an option game, and our base fundamentals there. And then as we got closer to Army here, with the bye week, kind of focusing on that and what they do and what you got to take away and stop from them.
Coach, I know every offense is a little bit unique and different from each other, but when you do look like that offense in Army, how much more difficult is that for you and the defense to prepare for?
Yeah, I tell you what stands out about Army is they come off the football. The way they come off the football up front, the way they come off the football in the backfield, and the way they play with leverage and take on the point of contact and just knocking people off the ball, and they're playing the game the right way. So a lot of respect to Coach Monken. Cody Worley, the offensive coordinator I worked with at Kennesaw State. Danny Verpel is their safety coach, a good friend of mine, worked with him at Kennesaw State as well, so I know a lot of their coaches. But the offense is a little bit different. Bryson Daly is, if you gave a mid-year Player of the Year award, it may very well be Bryson Daly. He's responsible for 20 touchdowns, heck of a player, tough, hard-nosed kid, runs the football. When the game's on the line or in the red zone, they put it in his hands. The B-back, the fullback, really good player, both of them. And I think that O-line is very impressive. I think, Coach Shank's on that committee for the Joe Moorhead Award, and I know Army's in that conversation, being the top O-line in the country, and they're certainly worthy of it. So we got to make sure that each individual, as we go back to the Charlotte game, mention that, each individual didn't do their job, led to some big plays. It could happen the same thing this week. Every single man's got to do their 1/11th of the defense, do their job, and take care of their responsibility, whether it's tackling a dive, tackling the quarterback, taking on pitch, keeping their leverage, spilling it, alley, whatever it may be. And, if they'll do that, then we'll give ourselves a chance. And the big thing you got to do is match their physicality, because that's what they pride themselves on, their toughness, and they do a heck of a job with it, so we got to try to match that.
watching that UAB game, it seems like Daly can throw it a bit too. How do you prepare for that additional element?
Yeah, I think the option, usually creates one-on-one matchups. I mean, I was with that offense for 10-plus years, and, all the time you would see guys wide open down the field because guys got their eyes in the wrong places, in the secondary, and cut somebody free. They think he's cracking, and he's actually crack and go, or he's running post wheel, and they got the return motion out of the backfield, whatever it may be. And you get to see guys get their eyes in the wrong places. And then Bryson Daly certainly puts it in the ball in the right hands, whether it's 15 or 87, whoever it may be. And a lot of times they end up in the end zone. So they've done a great job with that. He's a really good quarterback. Throws, pretty well. But the fact they kind of can run the ball and make you stack the box can kind of leave you one-on-one matchups out wide as well.
How different is it with their offense and him being such a bigger quarterback? And usually you can have like a smaller, quick quarterback. He seems just extremely physical, extremely hard to tackle.
He's 220 pounds. I mean, he's, we were at the Citadel in Lenore Ryan, and, over the years facing Navy, sometimes you would have a quarterback who really worried about him getting open field, making you miss a tackle. With Bryson Daly, you're worried about just, hey, can we tackle him in the C gap? I think, the kids told me they called it the pie face or something, I guess a stiff arm. I was on Sports Center last week, and that one happened to be on the Sports Center against UAB, but he does it every game, all the time against defenders. You see guys bounce off of him. You see guys, you think him having tackled up in the C gap, and all of a sudden he pops through and gains another 20 yards. And the B-back's the same way. And so we just got to do a really good job. I told our guys, hey, tackle thigh boards, and we got to top off, get guys to hats to the ball, and make sure we do a good job with that.
This group this year hasn't been in this position of being like a multiple touchdown underdog going into this game. How do you think your group has kind of channeled that?
Yeah. Hats off to Army and what they've been able to do this year, and 23rd team in the country. That's awesome for our conference, awesome for them, kind of setting the standard where we want to be in. But I think it's also a great challenge. I mean, our guys love playing, at noon, ESPN2, 23 team in the country, underdogs, and really kind of us against the world mentality. And that's the way that you want it to be. You want to attack it. And some of us, that's the way it's been all our lives, and we go attack that thing and go at it. Don't back down from it. So that's exactly what we got to do on Saturday. That's the mentality we got to take in each and every snap, from snap one to the fourth quarter. Go back to that Navy game 2022, I was just telling the guys, like, we played great for about 3.5 quarters, and then we let a long pass up. You can never relax against these guys. You just mentioned Bryson and his ability to throw the ball down the field and find receivers free. You got to have great eyes. You got to do your job every single snap, and they're gonna sustain some drives. But we got to find ways to kind of get them behind the sticks, get them off schedule, and find ways to get off the field. I think they've scored first drive of every game this season. And I think they've only punted 11 times out of 6 games. So they've put up some really good numbers offensively, averaging 39 points a game. I think almost 400 yards a game rushing, all that stuff. So we got to find, ways to kind of get them off schedule and put them behind the sticks and do some things that maybe they haven't done all year because they've had the lead in every game. They haven't trailed any game this year, so we got to make them feel uncomfortable, and we got to do that from the get-go and continue to do that every single snap.
There is Blake Harrell in the United Bank Coaches Corner, bankwithunited.com. We'll take a break, come back, check in with Chon, live in New York. Jarrett, cover your ears. Illinois rocking some sweet throwback uniforms in their game against Michigan tonight. And the job they've done on the faux leather helmet, it looks like one of the best faux leather helmets I've seen. Washington tried to do that a few years ago. It didn't look great. But the leather helmets Illinois will be rocking are pretty cool tonight. All right, we'll take a break, enjoy some more CD's Grill. Thanks for the awesome breakfast. CD's Grill, 111 West Fire Tower Road. We'll take a break, enjoy some of that, and talk to Chon when we return after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want a burger with attitude? Bad Daddy's Burger Bar is the place to get it. Located just off of Greenville Boulevard in the Publix Shopping Center and a short distance away from Downey-Ficklin Stadium, Bad Daddy's has a lineup of chef-inspired burgers, giant chop salads, the famous badass margarita, and a fabulous selection of local craft beers. Get started with Not Your Mama's Deviled Eggs or fried pickles before diving into one of their juicy burgers like the bacon cheeseburger on steroids. Or spice things up with the Heat Wave Burger. People have called their burgers totally insane, but they'll take that as a compliment. Bad Daddy's Burger Bar. Go Pirates!
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
Hey, Pirate Nation. This is Brian Buck with Buck Insurance Agency. This season, when you attend your favorite sporting event, take the Game Day Pledge. If your team is playing, win or lose, support your team to the end of the game. When you leave early, you risk missing your favorite athlete making the play of their career. When our family buys a ticket, we always plan to stay to the very end. Take the Game Day Pledge this season with Buck Insurance Agency. Play to the end, stay to the end.
Are you ready for football? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit ElitePoolsNC.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, this is John Gordon, author of The Energy Bus, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV. And you can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Plus, you can get all the Pirate Radio podcasts like the Holton Aayers Show and the Greg Hudson Show. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, click on that subscribe button, and while you're there, click the like button while you're at it. I said that twice, just because it's that important. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, I'm hitting the hour 4 wall, so I need Chan Man to hype me up. Chuck on YouTube says, I think this game is close, but we come up short. Hope I'm wrong. Kenny says this is a gut check game for our program. Pirates make a statement and shock college football. All right, we'll see what Sean has to say. He joins us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line, live from New York. What's up, Chandler?
What's up, Clipper and crew? Great to hear from you guys here on the field at Army. Getting ready for ECU Army coming up at noon, and the Pirates are on the field getting warmed up. Army's on the field getting warmed up, and hoping for a great game coming up at 12 o'clock noon. So we shall see. And ECU in their white tops, white bottoms, and purple hats. So just got a good video of Rajay Harris getting some warm-ups in, some drills. It looks like he's ready to go. It looks like the Pirates are ready to go as we get closer to kickoff.
Have you seen Javius Bond out there at all?
No Javius Bond. I do see Rajay Harris, Marlon Gunn, and London Montgomery in the running backs crew warming up. No Javius Bond on the field for the Pirates.
All right, thank you for that report, Orthopedist East injury report. We have been anticipating a Caton Hauser start today. Have you seen, can you tell who's starting right now, Chandler, or both quarterbacks out there?
Yeah, both quarterbacks are out there warming up. It looks like that Caton Hauser is getting the reps with the ones as Rajay Harris, the starting running back for the Pirates, lines up beside him. So I would assume that Caton Hauser is the guy for the Pirates that's starting quarterback today.
What's the vibe check, John? I didn't ask you this week. What's your vibe check right now?
Vibe check's probably at a 7.2, which is not bad after the Pirates had a bad loss against.
I would say that's very high. Yeah.
Very, very high, but I like the 7.2 coming off the bye week. And, hey, you talked about it earlier this week. Army's in a good spot to be upset with being, just recently ranked in the top 25. This probably will be the best defense that they face all year. Probably the best team that they faced all year up to this point. So I like a good Pirate bounce back here. So my vibe check's about a 7.2, I would say.
All right, Chandler, how did the old bumpkin do in New York? How'd you enjoy your first trip there?
First of all, let me tell you this. There is so many people in the city of New York. I was culture shocked. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I had to, kind of wait for people to, walk by me and, cross the street. No, people don't care if it says walk or not. People are going to walk across the street. I saw probably about 2 or 3 times somebody almost get hit by a taxi or just by a car. No, New York City was great. Went by the Rockefeller Center, saw people ice skating there. Went by the NBC studios. Let's see. We went by went through Central Park. So it was great seeing all the things that I've seen on television before and not with my own eyes, but now I can say that I've seen it with my own eyes. So New York was awesome. Had by the way, had Little Italy Pizza. It's a little place called Little Italy Pizza, and had the 3-meat pizza, which was sausage, bacon, and pepperoni. And I will tell you this: the best pizza I've ever had in my life, and I'm not even kidding. I swear to you, it's the best pizza I've ever had in my life.
Okay. And you said bacon, sausage, pepperoni. Wow. You can't get that anywhere.
The 3-meat pizza. I mean, it's a New York-style pizza. You can't get New York-style pizza anywhere.
I can literally walk 20 steps to Cucinella's and get it, but...
This is like New York-style pizza, though. This is part of New York City.
Okay.
It was great.
All right, John. I'm glad you enjoyed your pizza.
No, it sounds like you're questioning me, and I'm telling you right now, it's the best pizza I've ever had.
Chandler, thank you for joining us. Enjoy the game. You and Jenny do a great job. Have fun. And when you getting back in town?
We will land in Raleigh at 9:30. That means we should be back in Greenville by 11. That gives me plenty of time to get ready for Panthers Commanders at 4:05 on Sunday, and I cannot wait to watch it with you at the Buck.
At the Buck, we'll be watching it, and who knows? Maybe I'll share a slice of pizza.
I'm telling you, dude. I like, it's the best pizza I've ever had. And if you don't believe me, then that's fine.
I 100% believe you. All right, buddy.
Well, hey, by the way, before you go, trivia question. What U.S. president signed the legislation to establish the United States Military Academy? Here's a clue. It's the third president of the United States.
So didn't it go Washington, Adams? Who you got there, Jarrett?
Quincy Adams? John Quincy Adams?
Incorrect.
James Madison.
No.
Who is it?
Come on, guys.
Roosevelt.
It's our boy Tom. Thomas Jefferson.
TJ. I think of Virginia when I think of Thomas Jefferson. Okay. All right. What's Thomas Jefferson's favorite pizza?
The 3-meat pizza from Little Italy Pizza in the heart of New York City. And I have seen a quote on the internet that he said that it's the best pizza that he's ever had. So that's something we have in common.
Retweet. Share it. That's true. All right, John.
When I heard that when he ate the pizza, he said, "Yes, Queen."
Chonsky. See you, buddy.
Y'all stay tuned to Pirate Radio on social media at PR927FM. I've already sent some pretty cool videos of the stadium, outside the stadium to Glenn. So make sure you stay tuned to Pirate Radio on social media.
All right. Bye.
All right, see you guys.
There is Chandler. And you know what? He is Italian, so he should take his word for it.
But dude, there's like 20 restaurants that are like New York style pizza down here.
What? You don't believe him?
I believe
it's the best he's ever had.
I believe you.
But I believe you. Damn, why did I say that? Let me call him back. Why didn't you say that, Jarrett?
It just popped in my head.
Damn, that's funny.
It's an early show, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, our brains don't work very well this early.
Yellow. Sean. Yo. I forgot to say one thing. You said Little Italy Pizza is the best pizza you ever had, right? And you said, if I don't believe you, that's fine. Well, guess what? I believe you.
I believe you, Michael. Is it the best pizza you ever had, Michael? All right, 2 slices. Come on.
2 slices.
I believe you.
But I believe you, Michael. But I believe you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
I believe you. Oh, man. That's funny. That's funny stuff. Kaz said Chan is amped. RC said clip laugh greater than Kamala laugh.
I don't know who that is.
What's her laugh? Wasn't that a WWE wrestler?
Yeah.
WWF.
Yeah.
Sorry. A lot of people loving Chan's report there. Good stuff. Very good stuff. All right, we'll take a break, come back. Brian North will join us on the other side. He is a New Yorker. We'll ask him the best pizza he's ever had in his life when we return after these words.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers does real burgers better than anybody. And don't forget about the cheese sticks, fresh salads, and more. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, burgers and sports at its best.
Go Pirates! Arr!
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates.
Do life stresses have you feeling exhausted? Do your golf, tennis, and workouts have your body aching? If so, Kairos Float and Wellness Studio has your solution. Come visit us at 2800 East 10th Street and try our services like our float therapy, which is a private pool containing a saturated solution of Epsom salt that allows you to float effortlessly for ultimate relaxation and therapy. At Kairos Wellness Studio, we also have an infrared sauna, cold plunge, and salt and halo therapy that will leave your body feeling relaxed and healed. Contact us today at kairosfloats.com. Kairos Float and Wellness Studio. Restful intentions.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance. The no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Hode from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve.
To get started, call me, Braxton Green, at 526-8260.
Braxton Green, NMLS 222-3878. For informational purposes only, Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is an equal housing lender, NMLS 208516.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's new fall weekly lunch specials are here and only for $8.99. Stop by Monday through Friday and enjoy chicken and pastry, spaghetti, meatloaf, hamburger, steak, and everyone's favorite fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and drinks with friends. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
This is Amanda Houston, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation. Go Pirates!
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. There were a couple of college football games last night. Oregon shut out Purdue 35-0. BYU survived Oklahoma State 38-35. In the Ivy League, it was Princeton over Brown 29-17. Former Pirate Jason Nichols is on that Princeton staff. Princeton 2-3 overall, 1-1 in league play. Games coming up at noon today. Louisville hosts Miami. It'll be Wake Forest at UConn. Indiana will host Nebraska. Virginia will travel to Clemson. Missouri will host Auburn at 12:45. It'll be South Carolina and Oklahoma. Temple will host Tulsa at 2:30. Coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be USC at Maryland. Colorado would travel to Arizona, and Texas Tech will host Baylor. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m., 7 days a week, with live music every night and free entry for ladies on the weekends. Sunday Fun Day features the largest 4K screen in Greenville and 18 TVs, so you don't miss a game, and a weekly jersey giveaway that starts at 5 o'clock. Follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
See if anybody on game day has ECU as a super dog today. Kirk Herbstreit has NC State plus 10 at Cal. Nick. Who's Nick? Oh, Nick Saban. Never heard him just called Nick. It sounds weird. Nick. He's got Nebraska. Stanford Steve going with Beller. The Beller Bears at Texas Tech. Lee Corso has Air Force. Desmond has Maryland. I like that one. Do we have... Oh, we are not getting Brian North at the moment. Shirley is efforting that. And finally, Pat McAfee going with Oregon State hosting at UNLV. Let's head out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. Joining us, Brian North, WCT 12, The Blitz on Friday nights, and joins us here on a Saturday. North, how you doing, man?
Doing great, Clipper. Hope you are.
Yes, sir, I am. Brian, as a New Yorker, Chandler just raved about Little Italy pizza, the best pizza he's ever had in his life. Can you recall the best pizza slice you've ever had in your life, and where you were and where it came from?
Yeah, Pizza Hut, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Meat lovers?
You know, I always tell people this when they ask me, like, the greatest food. If you've ever looked at me, if you've ever been in my presence when I am dining, I don't really have a discriminating palate. Like, everything tastes good to me. I'm that guy that as soon as I take a bite of something, I'm already thinking about the next bite. So cardboard pizza tastes good to me. But some of the best pizza I've ever had, certainly deep dish stuff from Chicago is different and can be done very well. But New York pizza is pretty good, a little greasy for me. But I don't discriminate. It all tastes good to me.
That deep dish, I mean, maybe a younger me, but now with the heartburn and stuff, like I get heartburn looking at that stuff.
So as you get older, those things get worse, and then you start thinking about other issues that come with your digestive system. So you do become a lot more selective as you get older. But living off the past memories of that dish, yes, that is the memories are the best part. The actual stuff, no, it's not good for the belly anymore.
Sorry to turn this into old man radio, what we did just then. So let's get back to football. North, what are the Pirates' chances to go out and pull an upset today? What do you think?
So after our conversation, at the end of our conversation yesterday, I was given the nugget by Luke Schwartz that Army's the combined record of their opponents is 11-24, and I started looking at actually who they played. They haven't played anybody, right? So they've been rolling up points, very impressively so, but against really crappy competition. So hearing Mike Houston glowing about how they practiced this week, all of a sudden now I'm coming back around to the Pirates. I think if they can withstand an early first quarter onslaught and they can put some points up themselves, obviously we have to worry about who's quarterbacking, how long a leash they're going to have at quarterback. Do they play two quarterbacks? Offensively, you're going to have to score some points. I don't think you can shut out Army. You're going to have to score some points today. But all of a sudden, I'm feeling better about the Pirates' chances. Looking at who Army has actually played and hearing that ECU has had a really good week of practice, coming focused after that 2 week ago debacle.
Yeah, I guess I am as well. I woke up and my first thought was I love ECU plus 17. So I like them against the number. I think they can hang around in this one and potentially pull an upset and have a fun U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. Brian, looking at the ACC real quick, a lot of lopsided lines. The only close one really is Miami, a 5-point favorite over Louisville. So I'll ask you this. Best chance for an upset in the ACC today, NC State going all the way out west to take on Cal in Berkeley, or Georgia Tech hosting Notre Dame in Atlanta. That's actually, I say hosting, in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. So you'll probably get some Golden Domers there in that dome. But how about Georgia Tech over Notre Dame, NC State over Cal? Which one would you be more comfortable putting a wager on?
Georgia Tech. NC State scares me for a couple of reasons. They're traveling all the way to the West Coast. They've been out there a few days. They're tired. This is 8 straight weeks without a bye. Dave Doran has said this is the longest they've ever had. They have a bye week next week. It feels like they're looking forward to that. I just feel like the travel and the weariness of NC State has me worried, although I think that is a winnable game for them. There's something about the way they're playing right now and looking forward to that bye week where Georgia Tech, Notre Dame doesn't scare me. The whole Riley Leonard transfer there thing has been average at best. So Notre Dame doesn't scare me, and I think Georgia Tech has the ability to upset teams a lot more than NC State traveling all the way across the country.
Who's more likely to pick up their second loss today, Alabama or Tennessee?
Oh, boy.
It's kind of weird. You don't feel great picking either one the way they've looked, you know?
Yeah, it's, with this whole NIL and transfer portal stuff, we're seeing the consistency of teams is a little more up and down.
Yeah.
And because it's harder to predict with these guys, and you just don't know who's broken up with their girlfriend, who's not getting their NIL check. And so, and just the chemistry thing is there who you can count on. So we're going to see these ups and downs. Tennessee is so talented. So is Alabama. Maybe Tennessee, just because they don't have the exterior confidence that Alabama has. Alabama's been there and done it. Tennessee's still trying to figure it all out.
If everybody could come out like the UNLV quarterback and tell us they're not getting paid, I'd appreciate it, just from a picking standpoint.
Well, it's embarrassment, right? Because guys, they made these verbal deals, they were promised stuff, and now all of a sudden it's not coming due. And this is going to be the big story of NIL coming out of this year, and trying to regulate who gets the money, and universities getting to pay people. But there's a lot of dirty deals being done with agents and stuff where kids aren't getting paid. But what are they supposed to do? Come out and say something and get embarrassed by it? So a lot of them are keeping quiet. It's happening a lot more than we realize.
Brian North joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. North, you got a birthday, a pumpkin patch. What you got planned for today?
Birthday party tomorrow. I'm going to try and sneak in the ECU game here. Then we're going to go big Saturday night plan. Going to Target with the kids. Pick out a birthday present. Maybe go to the zip line at Kidsville. Maybe take them out to eat and risk my public reputation on them acting like terrorists. So, yeah, big Saturday night.
All right, this could be the night that Brian gets on TMZ. Everybody get your cameras ready. North, thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy the game, enjoy the family time, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, wager well, Clipper. Good luck today.
And there he is, Brian North joining us, Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. Shirley one score to add on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by the Buck. Blackburn Rovers won, Swansea City 0 in the 89th minute as they play somewhere over there. And from last night, Hurricanes 4, Penguins 1. Canes picking up a road win last night. Let's take a break. Our final break. We'll come back. We'll make some fantasy picks. What Pirate hits the end zone today? We'll tell you that and wrap it up and get you ready for kickoff. Back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
IMAX is here with mind-blowing images and earth-shattering sound. Come experience the first IMAX theater in Eastern North Carolina, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas in Greenville. Crystal clear IMAX laser projection and precision sound come together to provide the ultimate movie experience. And as always, Golden Ticket Cinemas has unlimited popcorn and the best selection of concessions around. Book your tickets at gtcinemas.com and come experience the best in cinematic quality. IMAX, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in the NC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kids Scene.
Y'all come get fucked up.
Did you know that GUC's utility rates are not only low in the region, but also the state? That's right. When you combine the average electric, water, wastewater, and natural gas into one bill, only people in 2 of the 15 largest cities pay less than GUC customers. Only 2. Low rates and high reliability. Working in the best interest of the community rather than shareholders. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry is easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. This month, Doug Henry is giving back for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and with every vehicle purchased, they will donate $100 to Eastern North Carolina Cancer Services. Doug Henry of Greenville, right on the price, right on the corner. Go Pirates!
Pirate Towing is now the exclusive towing partner for East Carolina Athletics. Pirate Towing has over 20 years of experience, open 24/7, and they can always assist you. Don't be stranded and wait for hours. Pirate Towing offers all roadside assistance to come give you a tow or jump start on game day or any day. Save Pirate Towing in your phone today and let the stress of car trouble go down. Pirate Towing, 955-4670. That's 955-4670, and also on Facebook. Pirate Towing, the preferred towing partner with ECU and Pirate Nation.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
Dank Burrito is your ticket to adventure in a tortilla. We combine bold flavors to make new kinds of burritos, tacos, and bowls, like honey truffle buffalo chicken or teriyaki shrimp. Once you're Dank, you'll never want the same boring burrito again. Dank Burrito is also the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, which we all know and love here in G Vegas. 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Come join the Dank Burrito Mafia. Hope to see y'all soon.
Pirate Radio. Remember to always be yourself, unless you can be a pirate.
It's a pirate's life for me, savvy.
Always be a pirate. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that could make you a winner, including following us throughout the day for latest ECU football news. You can follow Pirate Radio on our various social media platforms. You can follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the over 84,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, fantasy picks today. I'm going to pick first because I never pick first. And I've got a great, another great stat from Johnny Stats.
Oh, do I need to, are we going to do the stat first?
It's a stat to consider.
The stat to consider.
It's a stat. It's a tidbit. It's a bit of a prediction. Johnny Robertson says Army's kicker has been struggling to get kickoffs into the end zone recently. Winston Wright could be a big factor today. He's averaging 38 yards a return in the last 4 games. Give me Winston Wright for that, but more so for out-athleting Army on a catch and run for a touchdown. Winston Wright is my pick.
Yeah, I picked him 2 weeks ago, and he did well for me. So I'm going to go. So that's a decent choice.
Thank you. What's your choice?
Oh, it's my turn now?
But thank you for liking my choice.
Yes. I'm going to go Rajay.
My guy.
My guy?
What's up, my guy? Can we hear my guy montage while Jarrett is thinking about his pick?
1 moment, please.
I want to hear my guy.
Because I've got several. Here we go.
My guy. What's up, my guy?
My guy.
What the heck? Oh, no wonder. Okay, let me do that again.
All right.
My guy. My guy. My guy.
Thank you.
My guy.
Oh, man. There you go. That's a good one.
That's
Jarrett.
my favorite.
I was going to go Winston Wright. I think they're going to do some pretty cool stuff with him in the offense today.
Pretty cool stuff, man.
Saw some pretty cool stuff in practice, but
oh, yeah?
I actually saw him at practice.
Well, now you can say it. What did you see at practice?
Like some cool end-around stuff. Get him involved in the run game.
Check it out, folks.
And, yeah, I'll go London Montgomery. Get a little speed out of the backfield.
Yeah. That's why it took me a minute to decide, because I wanted to go Montgomery or Rajay, and I was like, Rajay's the senior. I think he deserves the lion's share of the carries today, unless something happens and he just can't break through and Montgomery can. But either one of those I'm fine with.
Jarrett captured some video that he was asked to delete this week at practice.
Ooh.
I was asked not to post. I deleted it to make people feel more comfortable.
Oh, yeah, don't post it. Do you still have it?
Yeah, I did send it to Jenny. So
Okay, so we still have it out there.
It's out there in the ethos somewhere.
If we see that play today, I want you to point like Leonardo DiCaprio. All right, great show. Enjoyed working alongside Shirley Rhodes and the Bone, Jared Watkins. We did quite a bit. We went inside the United Bank Coaches Corner. We had stats on the UBE stat sheet. We had our Orthopedics East injury report. Shirley told you scores on the Buck scoreboard. Brian Bailey gave us our Papa John's Pirate preview. We had our Advanced Moving and Storage opponent preview. Jared had a Celsius, which kept him energized all show. We went out to the Big Rock Power Sports live line and enjoyed all our in-studio guests as well. Thank y'all for tuning in on YouTube and the radio side of things. We appreciate it.
Thank you to CDs, too, as well.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Thank you, CD's Grill. Awesome sausage dogs, cheese biscuits, everything in between. 111 West Fire Tower Road. CD's Grill, where every meal feels like Sunday dinner. All right, we will talk to you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. For the crew, I'm Clip Brock. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter